Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Appreciate you showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, right over there.
Creepy hugs.
Star of stage and screen and pornography.
That's right.
See him in the May issue of Hustler magazine. In his birthday suit. That's what they call baseball jerseys, right?
Yes.
Hey, Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
You see him? Put Poundcake back on my screen. Oh, okay. He looked a little frazzled or something. Maybe his hair is growing out. Is that what it is?
Probably.
Real puffy on top.
You look. It doesn't look bad. It just, for a second there.
I forget that you look at me. I forget that you, like, everyone else looks at the screen, I know, but you've always said that you only need to hear me, so I forget that you actually.
Well, but I don't need to see you, but I can see you.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what frazzled me. I'm like, Alan Cox is looking at me?
Yeah, that does freak people out when they find out that I'm looking at them. At least that's what my neighbor said when she saw me in the tree with binoculars. Hey-oh, like a peeping Thomas. Although my neighbor is a widow, a recent widow. And so if I were to be in her tree, my tree technically, depending on where the property line is, I think I'm within my rights to be in one of the big trees. If I were up there and had a pretty solid vantage point with my binocs, I could just pass it off like I was looking at the night sky. I could just, if I saw her looking out of her window, I could just point my binoculars straight up like I would. Now, of course, if you know anything about stargazing, binoculars, not the tool to use. But that's only if you're well versed in stargazing. You want something more telescopic or whatever. Binoculars are not great for that. But it would be contingent on her knowing that. If I were up in the tree, or I could say, maybe I could say that I was peeping into someone else's house. How about that? Now, it should go without saying, I have no history whatsoever of peeping. I wouldn't even know how to begin doing something like that. But again, Poundcake gets frazzled if he knows I'm looking at him. And I like to keep him on his toes. So just know, Poundcake, that at any given moment, I can ask Bill to put you on my screen. Bill, put him back on my... There he is. He's sitting there. He's chewing gum. Are you chewing gum?
Yes.
This guy. Broadcasting 101, Bill. Poundcake Poundcake's the only person that came to this show, other than me, with broadcasting experience. He's over there chewing gum. He's chomping. He's doing whatever. See, here's the thing, is he hasn't been doing his own podcast. It's kind of on an unforced hiatus. He hasn't been doing his own podcast, and so he's decided to eat on my show. Think about that. Is that part of it? You getting back at me?
No.
You sure?
I just wanted to make sure I had onions for lunch, and
You wanted to make sure that you had onions for lunch.
He wasn't positive until he chewed the gum.
Right.
Yep, those were onions.
Those were onions. Were they raw or were they cooked?
They were on a sandwich.
So raw.
Yeah.
Right. Hold on. I had to finish my gummy worm.
That would be pretty similar to what Poundcake would sound like, probably eating a sandwich. So you had onions on your sandwich and chewing gum now.
Yeah, just to kind of like offset the taste. I did brush, but I feel like that's still not enough.
You know who else brushed? Bloom Daddy right in the kitchen sink as I was in there.
Hell yeah.
Just
Go
now
to.
before the show, I was filling up my water bottle, and he was in there brushing his teeth in the sink. Now, after the first conversation we had a few weeks back, everybody really took me to task over that, and so I reasonably gave it some thought. And I had to think, is that really that big of a deal? And once I got past my initial discomfort, it's probably not that big of a deal. Now that it's happening with some regularity, whatever, right? I mean, hey, whatever gets you through the night. Now, I didn't ask him, for whatever reason, the water line in our refrigerator here at iHeart Cleveland trickles out. But I'm standing there for a half an hour filling up my Yeti bottle. It trickles out so goddamn slow.
Why don't you
And
use the water thing?
What a water thing?
There's an entire separate machine that is just for water.
Cold water?
Yes.
Then I will use that. Where is that? By the coffee maker?
Right next to the coffee maker.
Okay.
Yeah, you just hit the one that looks like snow, and that's cold water.
Oh, yeah?
And the one that looks like fire is hot water.
How did you not know that?
Because all I've
Can't
ever
even
made
work
with
the
that
screen on a Toyota.
all
Right.
I've ever made with that machine is tea. So I'm not like making coffee or anything. I didn't realize it was cold water. I didn't look that closely at it. But I'm going to use that. Nevertheless, our refrigerator, for whatever reason, also doesn't make ice. I don't know why. It's got the thing.
I think it makes it. I think just people come in the morning, use it all up,
There's
and then
no
it's
way.
gone.
There's
people
no way.
are cranking
I
through
get
that
here
ice.
at like 20 to 9. There's 3 people here. There's no way people are.
Someone's using all that
There's
ice.
no way. That's impossible. Nobody's using all that ice.
Then they got to figure that out.
Because when we first moved here, the thing was always full.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe because that water line is so trickly, it can't make ice fast enough. My fridge at home, I'm constantly removing the ice machine or ice maker in the freezer and dumping it out because it makes ice more quickly than we use it. So I'm always big hunks of ice in the ice maker. But here, it just really, really trickles out there.
My girlfriend just got me an ice maker that just like...
She bought you an ice maker.
It's like an ice maker that just
This is your
sits on our
girlfriend,
counter.
Grandma.
Yeah.
She bought you an ice maker?
Yes. It's
pretty nice.
Yeah, it's our 1-year anniversary gift.
When was your anniversary?
It's actually this coming Monday. She just gave it to me early.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Now, is this a countertop ice maker?
Yeah.
All right.
So just a little...
Did
little
you
ice
drop?
maker.
Did you drop a hint that you wanted an ice maker, or is this something that she looked at you and said, "My boy needs frozen water cubes"?
We were just talking about fridges for whatever reason, because that's what people in their 40s and 30s do, I guess. And just like, I really want a fridge with an ice maker. And so she just got me that instead of a fridge with an ice maker.
Did
so,
she? They can really run the gamut. Do you happen to know if she got you the Manitowoc CNF 0201A?
I think it was exactly what she got me.
That's a
No,
$4,900
that's not the one she
countertop
got
ice
me.
maker. Are
That's
you
not the-
sure?
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not the one she got me.
Okay.
I don't know what
asking.
brand it is, but
Because
it works. It makes ice.
You'd really, really be on the hook if she got you a $5,000 ice maker.
I would be actually upset with her if she got me a $5,000 ice maker instead of just a new fridge.
Right.
What did you get her?
I can't tell you because she gave me the present early.
Yeah.
So I don't, in case she's listening.
Is she listening?
No, but I haven't got her anything yet. So
Now, do you got to hook that all up, right?
no, it's
You got to hook that all up, right?
well, you just pour water in.
Oh, you pour water in,
Yeah,
and then it cranks out ice cubes.
yeah. And for
Look at you.
just me, it's
So anybody
Gets the
who is
job
going to
done.
be visiting Squifle Tower, friends, family, countrymen,
yeah.
peers, subordinates.
Especially come summertime, that thing's gonna come in very handy.
Man, that
when
thing,
we're down by the pool.
Yeah, so you could take it with you? It's mobile?
No, I'll just load up a cooler with a bunch of ice.
I see. Wow, look at you.
Yep.
There is nobody within, I'm going to go on a limb and say a 5-mile radius of Bill Squire this summer who's going to be drinking tepid beverages.
Unless that's what they want.
Unless they're European.
That's what they're into.
And they bristle at the thought of a cold, cool beverage. They want room temperature water. Boy, there's nothing more jarring than if you're overseas and they give you you ever had a room temperature Coke?
No.
Oh, what?
Wow.
I have. It's just so out of
Right.
a
I mean,
Why?
obviously you could just get one from the store and pop it open before you put it in the fridge because they don't give you ice in drinks. You have to ask for ice because it's a waste of whatever. So all the beverages are lukewarm water they will give you a tepid Coke. And you're so used to over here, we're ice rich in the United States. Don't believe the hype. We are up to our necks in frozen cubes, and we take it for granted that anytime you want, wherever you are, you can put a cup under something and ice will come out. Overseas, not that big of a deal.
Of course, we're not ice rich here at iHeart. We're ice poor.
Get that right. All right, I'm going to take a break here. If you'd like to send a text for anything, 35192 is where you'll get me. If you want to join us on the phone, you can call us live, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Next chance for you to grab some money is about 20 minutes away, 2:30. The next keyword for you to grab $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart
from television's kindred spirits and ghost hunters for a tour of history, true crime, and of course, ghost stories. Listen to Haunted Road Season 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
If I can't talk, Bill,
you can't work.
All right now! Won't you listen?
I don't know if you guys have heard, because it really hasn't been mentioned too much. But today is 420.
Oh.
Did you look at the calendar? It's April the 20th. Now, I know a lot of you out in Stark and Geauga County, it's Hitler's birthday. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a big pot day. 420. Get it? Stansbury and I were talking about this a little earlier. He's got no truck for the reggae types, and I dig it. But, boy, news to me, right? I mean, you'd think more people would be talking about it. You think it would be coming up in casual conversation.
You think people would be inviting you to 420 parties?
Well, I prefer to not get invited to parties, so I think that the people who really know me know that they're doing me the biggest favor by excluding me. And thank you for that. Speaking of being included, I heard from Kyle, one of our bureau chief Kyles. We were talking about the gathering, the Kyles, down in Kyle, Texas. We were talking about that yesterday. He's out in Findlay. And I said, listen, we have about a dozen Kyles around the country who listen on iHeartRadio from all over the place. You know, we got Kyle outside Baltimore, and we have Kyle in Seattle, and, you know, Kyle in Findlay is our closest one. And he was really crestfallen that he wouldn't be able to represent the bureau chiefs at the gathering of the Kyles. They're down there trying to break a new Guinness World Record for the most people of the same first name gathered in a city. Kyle's about a half an hour south of Austin. And, you know, it's about the size of Findlay, Ohio, where Kyle is living and working. He just can't afford to go down there and do it. But he wasn't aware of it. And so now he's...
Then change your name, Kyle.
It's bittersweet.
If you can't go to the gathering of the Kyles, you're not a Kyle anymore.
P.S. I know Mary has a brother named Kyle. Perhaps he can go in my place if he can get time off from his 28-hour workday.
Yeah.
That's your brother, Kyle?
Yes, you know he's so busy. He doesn't have time for
I forget his name's Kyle. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
gatherings.
Yeah.
He's working 2 days a day.
Is everybody's surname Santora?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's changed it, or nobody's using a maiden name, or nobody.
My older sister's married, so her surname is Parks.
No, I understand that, but I mean, like, nobody. You know, sometimes if there's familial acrimony or things like that, somebody will go, "I'm going by another name," or I didn't know if anybody changed their name.
Nothing like that.
Nobody changed their name to Fifi LaGrange or
Not that I know of.
Nirna Jamson. Did anybody change their name to Nirna Jamson?
No.
Because Nirna Jamson back in our video department today is going to have a word with you if you did.
Oh, no. I don't want to be stealing our, part-time employees' names.
Very part-time.
I
They're
am
here
trying-
for 4 hours, and then we never see them again.
I am trying to convince Brian that if we get married that he should take my last name. It's not going well, but we'll see. You never know.
Yeah, I don't know why. What's his last name?
Bailey.
Bailey. So his name would be Beetle Bailey Santora.
Yeah, I think it sounds good.
Listen,
But don't you wouldn't you love having the last name Bailey because your favorite movie is that one about money?
Mm-hmm. The one where everyone gets money and all their problems are solved.
It's
and
a
the main
wonderful
character-
bit of money is what it's called.
Yes.
Life is wonderful when you have money. That's what it's called.
The main character is George Bailey, and his wife is Mary Bailey. But
Real life, Mary Bailey.
no, I'm going to stay Mary Santora. So we're just going to make him be Brian Santora. We're going to try at least.
So these are conversations that are being had.
Yeah. He said no, but we'll see. Well,
Well,
he
I
might
mean,
change his mind.
The marriage part, not the. I mean, obviously it's precluded by the name changing part is moot unless you're having the marriage conversation.
Right. I'm not allowed to propose to him, and he's not going to change his name. Those are the 2 rules. And I said,
Why aren't you allowed to propose to him?
I said, why don't we do both of those things? I'll propose to you in public at an event where it'll be weird if you say no, and then you can take my last name.
Would he consider taking your first name? So there would still be a Mary Bailey. He could say,
he's just not Brian anymore.
I'm Mary Bailey, and this is my wife, Mary.
That would be great.
You'd
I would
say,
love
I'm
that.
Mary Santora. This is my husband, Mary.
Yeah.
Everybody always assumes you have to take the last name. Take the first name.
Why not?
You can be whatever you want to be.
Take my middle name. He could be Louise.
You guys have been together.
Well, now you're just being ridiculous.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
3 years?
It'll be 3 years in June. Yeah.
Has there been like serious marriage discussions?
What's the rush? 3 years.
Well,
Jeez,
yeah,
slow
no.
down.
Our next move is buying a house. We're not going to do anything.
You already live in
until-
a house.
Right, but a bigger house.
Why? There's 2 of you.
There's 2 and part-time 3 of
Well,
us.
but 2.
And
5 days out of the week, 2.
the house that we have is very small.
How much room do you
are
need?
Almost no closets, and there's no space for anything. There's nowhere to grow in this house. The house
Well,
that
how
we're
are you
in
going to
right
grow?
now.
You're not
Well,
going to have kids?
No, but like we don't have a spare bedroom.
I got her in the shoes. She needs shoes.
I
She
mean,
needs room
I don't
for
live
it.
in a huge house, but it's me and Gwen and a 7-year-old.
Sure, but we don't. Do you have a spare bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't have a spare bedroom. We don't have.
I mean, it's full of my wife's crap, so it's not really a spare anything.
Well, it's
I mean,
a spare, but you got an extra room.
I guess.
We don't have that. We don't have. Brian and Blake are currently sharing a closet. That's the small amount of closet space that we have in this house.
You have a
There's,
2-bedroom house.
We have a 4-bedroom house, but Brian has a room for his drums, and Blake has a playroom.
I have a 3-bedroom house. Your house is bigger than mine.
I don't know if it is square footage wise.
You have an extra room than I have.
But that doesn't mean to make it a bigger house.
I don't have any. You know, I don't play my drums because I don't have any place to put them.
Right. So get a bigger house.
Mm-mm.
Don't get on me because you think my house is.
I'm not getting on you. I'm
Poundcake, find us a house we can all buy together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I would love to all of us live in a mansion on Lake Road. That'd be incredible. But no, we both have agreed that we want a bigger house than we have. One with a basement and one with at least.
Oh,
a
this
spare
isn't you
bedroom.
hectoring him for
No,
it. You've
not at
I
all.
see.
Not
Okay.
at all. But like we have everything, and there's just no storage in this house at all. We have one tiny little, like not even a real pantry. There's nowhere to put anything. We just have agreed that both of us want more space.
Yeah. Yeah. Our house is desperately short on closets too.
It's so frustrating.
You end up
'Cause
buying
everything's in different
wardrobes
spots. Right, and everything's in different areas, and we've got like those cube shelves, with the little. You know what I'm talking about? They're like little 9x9 squares, and you
Yeah,
got
I
the
do.
little pull-out things in them,
Mhm.
because there's just no space for anything.
I have a
No
whole
space for
attic in my apartment that I don't even use. I'm afraid to go up there. There's probably spiders in there.
It's definitely spiders up there.
Are you guys going to try and
you'd
buy
be
a house or are
scared
you
of
going to
spiders?
build a house?
We're not gonna build. We don't have any money. Not like build a house money. You need so much money to build a house.
Yeah, you need money for the land, then for the builders, and then to
For the
furnish.
materials to furnish it all the way.
You
Yeah.
do need materials for a house. I have noticed that.
Well, we could do straw, but those wolves.
Not by the hair of your chin.
No.
You can't do straw.
There's options. But
Would
yeah,
you stay in
before-
Berea?
No, absolutely not. There's nothing going on in Berea as far as like housing goes. There's never anything available, and if it is, the houses there are pretty small. But his ex-wife lives out in Avon Lake, so we'd probably go out that way.
Hey, Lorain County, cheap taxes.
That's the whole point. Mm-hmm.
Well, not cheap taxes, but cheaper taxes.
Cheaper.
The moment, it's just so funny because you get like a lakeside house, and the moment it crosses that county line, it's like, oh, so much more expensive once you go from Avon Lake to like Bay
Yeah, but the
Village.
houses are the same size.
I
They're
know.
all
That's what I'm saying is-
hospital-sized houses. It's just once you get out of Cuyahoga County there, you're paying a little bit less in taxes.
The ones that are, there's Lake Road that's like on the lake, and then there's Lake Road that's across from the lake. And there are some regular everyday houses that are on the other side that are facing the lake, but not on the lake.
Yeah, but they're not that much less expensive.
But when we're
Because
talking,
you're still on Lake Road. I mean, you're not right on the lake.
But if we're talking $10,000 less in taxes a year,
Yeah.
that's a big deal.
Yeah. Well, I've got $1,000 for somebody.
Put it
You could
towards
get a house
taxes.
at $1,000, couldn't you? I mean, you go buy a house in Flint, Michigan.
East Cleveland.
$15,000. Sure, there you go. Even better. It's $1,000 here, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
It's that rare night in Cleveland where there are no sports. There's no Cavaliers tonight. There's no Guardians baseball. There's no Monsters. Did anybody go to Sandler last night, by the way?
No.
Nope.
When I was leaving, I was like,
Saw some
what the
friends that
hell
went.
is all of this traffic? Because I was like, there was no game last night either. And I forgot Sandler. I saw a bunch of dudes with backwards baseball caps. I was like, Adam Sandler.
I saw someone wearing a Bobby Boucher jersey, and I was like,
Hell yeah.
Who is that?
right.
I love that.
That's from Waterboy. I was like, I forgot Adam Sandler's in town tonight. Because I was trying to figure out what concert it was. Because I was here last week when we were off on Thursday, and New Edition was over there.
Right.
And so that was
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike.
That was a very fun crowd to watch go in there. And they're all, people that were
They're
into
dressed.
this. Yeah, they're dressed, but they're also my age and up, but they're trying to dress like they're still in the 90s. So it's just
It's fun.
it's awesome to see that.
Yeah.
And
Good
then
people watching.
the Adam Sandler crowd was they repping the Bobby Boucher jersey. I saw
All
a couple
right.
of them.
Yeah, we gave away tickets for that show, and I forgot about it. Rob Schneider was the big surprise guest.
Well, Rob Schneider, and then I guess he also brought out Kevin James for a song.
Oh, did he really?
So Kevin James is in
I saw
town,
somebody
too.
tweet about that, but I thought they were joking that Kevin James came out because it's somebody who normally tweets goofy things, and I thought they were just completely making that up.
When Bill and I went to go see Adam Sandler a few years ago, I was very drunk.
Is he good live?
No. Well,
Adam
no.
Sandler?
Adam Sandler was good. Rob Schneider was awful.
Yeah.
It was probably one of the worst. I mean, and I watch open mic comedy. It was one of the worst sets I've ever seen.
I don't think he works out a lot, though, either.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
If
you
you've
have,
been
but,
that
but if
long-
he did, he'd probably have a little bit more of a.
No, it was like he didn't know what a joke was. It was
Oh.
so bad. I mean, I was hammered, but the overall
Nah, it wasn't
vibe
good.
was this is trash. It's like after the initial minute of him being a famous person wears off, you're like, oh, this is like
not good.
Really, really bad.
It's weird how Rob Schneider was the first one of that group to get on SNL, and he blew up immediately. Like Lorne Michaels thought Rob Schneider, out of that Farley, Sandler, Spade, Rock, that crew, Rob Schneider was the first guy to get on SNL. He blew up with the Making Copies guy. When like
Copies,
Spade,
Tiny Elvis,
all that stuff.
Yeah.
And at that time, they were like, Rob Schneider is the best comedian going. And I mean, obviously, that was 30 years ago, and a lot can change, but he's got a super hot wife. There's some reality, right? His wife's like some Mexican telenovela star or something like that. He's hanging on for dear life. He's like Ed O'Neill and Sofia Vergara in Modern Family with those two. I don't know if he brought her. Probably, right? You keep an eye on her.
I've heard from other comics that they travel together, and he's not an easy person to work with. That he's very demanding and
I think he's
very
angry too.
angry and bitter, and like whoever his opener is, he'll run you all over hell, like make you go run errands for him and things like that. This is an
Does he
account
still
from
have any juice?
one person? What do you mean?
Well,
like draw power.
Yeah, I mean, just showbiz people. I know people give him a hard time because they say if it wasn't for Sandler, he wouldn't be doing anything. But, he was doing movies back in the day. He's doing The Animal and Deuce Bigelow.
Yeah, but those were all Happy Madison productions.
Right, but I mean, Happy Madison has put out some movies that really did nothing. So
But I was saying, like,
there was a
but
time
they were
where
still Sandler movies.
Yeah, he got them made.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo was a funny movie.
When Eddie Griffin is eating the sandwich
in the hot tub, It's
and
so
he just
gross.
keeps picking up the food that fall, like the tomato falls out, and he just picks it up and eats it.
Oh,
That's a huge
It's
bitch.
huge bitch.
Yeah, that big boy, big L.A. morning guy was the big dude in that movie. He's lost a lot of weight though. He's not a big boy anymore. He's a big, tall, skinny. Probably still got the skin apron, but other than that, no life is perfect. Hey, Bill in Lakewood, hello.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you.
I went to Adam Sandler last night. I love Adam Sandler.
Good for you.
I love his movies and stuff, but it just doesn't. To me, it just doesn't translate to his comedy / band that he plays. Because
Is it all music? Is it all songs?
No, it's half semi-comedy, and then he plays his I call them just made up music. You know?
I see.
Um,
People are just going to see him. Like they're not going to
Yeah.
they're not going to be let down because I don't know that
No.
he's there. I don't know that there's like people. I don't think people go in with expectations. They just go, hey, it's Adam Sandler. Let's go see Adam Sandler.
Yeah, I mean, there was probably 12,000 people there, 11, 12. That's pretty good. But there's a lot of people walking out at the end before it was over. So, and Rob Schneider, he was on for like 10 minutes. He wasn't. He jumped the shark or whatever the latest.
I mean, did he
term is.
get any good response from people?
Oh yeah. It was mostly, you know, hey, there's Kevin James, and hey, there's, you know, Rob Schneider. It was, you know, and it was a fun crowd, so it wasn't like it was a boo, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, even if the jokes were, you know, bad, you still got a smattering of laughter, you know. But I mean, overall, yeah, it was fun. But just, you know, it was. I'm just not a fan of Adam Sandler's band.
Gotcha.
And shoot me.
I mean, was there anybody that people knew in his band, or is it just buddies of his?
Just buddies of his.
Just guys. Okay.
Yeah, but it's, you know, he's got a decent voice, but you know, all I could think of was, you know, that's Bobby Boucher on, you know, singing, or you know, it's Little Nicky, you know. So I don't know. I mean, it was decent, something to do.
Does he do the goofy voices?
No, not.
But
not
like
really.
you, okay, well.
No, you didn't say you needed some high quality H2O water, you know. So
right. Okay.
But yeah, like I said, it was fun. Just like your show, it was fun. Your show is fun.
Gotcha. Okay,
And
thank you, Bill.
entertaining.
I appreciate it.
Mom bought you when I was just 13. The brightest red sweatshirt that I'd ever seen. She got an extra large so I wouldn't grow out. That's too big for you, the other children would shout. But we stuck together, we didn't quit. And now the children say, what a perfect fit. I love you, sweatshirt. Red hooded sweatshirt. Dip, 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 sweatshirt. Shamalama ding dong sweatshirt.
I wonder if he needed red hooded
This dude's a
sweatshirt
billionaire.
last night. Yeah, right.
This dude's a billionaire.
That's when we send Poundcake to the red carpet. We play that song for him.
Red carpet.
I need to get you back on the.
Dip, dip, dip. Poundcake. Shamalama ding dong.
Yeah, when we go out to the Buzzard Fest, we're going to send Poundcake out there talking to bands and talking to muckety mucks and getting all kinds of stuff.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to see to it that he doesn't sit down the day of Buzzard Fest. He's going to be running around doing stuff.
I'm not going to be able to drink at all?
Oh, yeah, you can drink.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You can be busy while you do it.
Adam Sandler's net worth is $440 million.
Adam Sandler?
Yeah.
It's insanity.
Well, and it's weird because it's one thing if your movies are critically panned, but the audience loves them. But it doesn't seem like anybody likes his movies. But they like him. Like
I like his movies.
Universally, well, you like his older movies.
I mean,
Like Murder Mystery 2.
I didn't
These
see
movies,
that.
well, that's what
Remember
I'm saying.
we did that episode of Flicks and Bill where we watched Murder Mystery and we were both so
no, it wasn't
underwhelmed.
Murder Mystery. It was the one where his daughter's marrying Chris Rock's
Oh yeah,
son or something like that.
Murder Mystery was bad too though.
With Jennifer Aniston.
What was that one called? Because that one stunk
I don't
too.
even remember. It was pretty bad, though.
It was not good.
I mean, I think that those grown-ups movies keep that group afloat.
I like Grown Ups.
I like the first Grown Ups. The second Grown Ups is, I mean, whatever.
But he's got that huge deal with Netflix, so he's got to keep cranking them out. But you're talking about The Week Of.
The Week Of, yes.
You know, with Steve Buscemi. He's in that group, too.
Mr. Deeds, Lil Nicky.
Well,
Yeah,
those
that
are the
was
older
like the
ones. Yeah, like
heyday.
the heyday of those movies.
Little Nicky
yeah.
was trash.
I
That was the first-
agree.
funny.
I agree. I did
No.
not find Little Nicky funny at all.
I saw Little Nicky in the theater and I was so excited because he was coming off like he did. I
Big
think there was
Daddy
Big
and all that,
Daddy
yeah.
and Waterboy, which I liked, and
My mom was mad that I went
Happy
to go see
Gilmore
Lil
and stuff like
Nicky.
that. And I saw Little Nicky and I was just like, I can't even lie to myself.
It was
and say
really
I like
bad.
this movie.
My mom was mad because she was like, I can't believe you go see that movie. It's blasphemous. I'm like, it's Adam Sandler.
Why is it blasphemous?
Because
He's the devil's son.
I was gonna, yeah, it's the devil's
God.
son, and his mom is supposed to be an angel, and they make a lot of Bible references, but it's.
You think she'd be
making
happy
fun
about
of
that?
it.
Talking about the Bible in movies.
They're making fun of it.
So what? It should be made fun of. But at least they're talking about it.
So
nobody wants to see that. We'll get the tickets.
yeah, he did Billy Madison in 95, Happy Gilmore 96, Wedding Singer 98, Waterboy 98. Like that, like late Little Nicky was 2000, yeah. So that was like right after.
When was Big Daddy? That was before.
Big Daddy was after that.
Was it?
Because Mr.
Okay.
Deeds 2002.
99.
Big Daddy was 99.
Yeah.
Didn't he have one of the Sprouse
Oh,
twins
yeah, right there.
as his kid?
Yeah.
Or was it both of them?
He did, but he did the movie with like Andy Samberg. He did the Zohan movie, and
the
I
Andy
pronounce
Samberg
you,
one was
I pronounce
terrible.
you Chuck and Larry.
I love that
Like,
I pronounce you Chuck
oh,
and Larry.
God.
Same Longest Yard remake. I still watch that when it's on.
See, I like the movie he did before he blew up. That movie Bulletproof with Damon Wayans.
Oh, that's a fun movie.
That was a fun movie.
Disneyland.
Anyway, Wedding
You got-
Singer is when he really exploded, though.
I don't really like that movie either.
That was
I know
fucking
that's
massive.
like that's like
Yeah.
a cult following. People love The Wedding Singer.
I would guess that you
didn't
would
love
love that movie.
it. It's okay.
I like that movie a lot.
I love the one he did with Jennifer Aniston. Just go with it. I love that movie. They're like fake married and
Yeah,
they're
that
fake
was-
divorced, and he's trying to get with Brooklyn Decker.
Yeah.
Did you like Click?
Okay. Click was sad.
You know what his best movie is though?
Spanglish.
Uncut.
I'll never
Gems.
watch that movie again.
Uncut Gems
better than
was
Punch Drunk
incredible.
Love?
That movie was.
Ooh, I do like Punch Drunk Love too. I think I had more fun watching Uncut Gems, but
I can't even believe that you described that movie as fun.
because it's so intense.
It's a panic attack
Yeah.
from minute 1
Yes, but you know
to
you're-
hour 2. It is a full-blown panic attack.
And
My
that's
heart
why
rate
it
was
was
like
great.
160.
That means they made a good movie that,
movie is-
affected
ooh.
you.
On that,
That's-
I would never, ever watch that movie again.
like, why would you be doing these things that this guy's doing? And it was.
But you don't even
oh.
have a history with gambling. As someone who has felt those feelings and watched
that's-
my
yeah.
dad make the decisions that guy was making, obviously not to the same scale, it was like there were so many points in that movie where it's like, I physically want to turn this off more than I've ever wanted to turn off another movie, but I cannot stop watching it. Oh, God, that movie was.
It sounds like you love that movie.
It was awful. It was like, I've never
like, I
been
can't stop watching this movie.
more physically uncomfortable watching a movie than I was watching that one.
You've never seen a Serbian
Well,
film.
then watch Bench Warmers.
There you go. His best movie is still Airheads.
Airheads was
That's
fantastic
a fun
too.
one. Yeah, that's a fun
Before
one.
he
I don't
blew
think
up.
I've ever seen
I mean,
that one.
it like where he's starring in a comedy. It's Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore.
Well,
Those are like
Yeah.
the best of them, and I have to give it to
Pixels.
Happy Gilmore.
If I'm talking about a movie that I can watch over and over again by him, it would be 8 Crazy Nights.
I love 8 Crazy Nights.
Never seen it.
It's a Hanukkah movie.
I inferred that. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
our secret cane sauce you want to keep dipping.
Wow, that was fast. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, so it is Warren Haynes and the return of Government Mule. They are going to play at Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic. Great venue. Tuesday, May the 9th. Not sure who's coming with them, but anytime you get a chance to catch the Mule, it's a good night. MasonicCleveland.com for all the info, tickets on that show and whatever else they have coming up. Caller 10, want to go see Government Mule? These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It may be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Blue check. Blue check. The checks are gone on the tweeter. No more goodbye blue checks. The day that they said would come for people that have legacy verified blue checks on Twitter, including all of us. We were all blue check types. And now the only blue checks you'll see on Twitter.
It was just me and you.
Oh. Well, now it's none of us. Yeah. It's a great equalizer. The people you see that still have blue checks, those are the people who are paying for it. And I think it's probably safe to say that most people are not going to pay for it. I think it's only $8 a month. But, and again, I don't understand the point of it. I know Elon Musk has said that this is to, I don't know. Try following the logic of that guy. Can't even get a rocket that doesn't explode. But he said that removing the blue checks initially, I think his rationale was, that's how you will really know who the real people are. I don't know. Anyway, they want to charge you for a blue check. And again, we kind of tend to overestimate the influence of Twitter. Again, it's not even one of the top 10 most widely used social media platforms in the world. It's largely the domain of media. And so there's kind of a bubble effect for people like us who do this for a living. But a lot of people aren't on Twitter. A lot of people don't care about the blue check marks. And I wouldn't even kick up $8 a month to get mine back, because who cares? When Elon Musk first took over, he had all these people making a big show about how they were going to leave Twitter en masse. Nobody's leaving Twitter. It's a big platform. People have established, followings and fan bases there. And that people aren't running across the street and doing something else. But they sure as hell ain't going to. Listen, some people will. They'll go, yeah, $8. What do I care? But I think on principle, there are a lot of people who are like, screw that guy. I'm not doing that. And you can count me in that group. You listen to us on iHeartRadio, by the way. Tell me where you do it. We have all kinds of people who listen all over the country. Throughout North America, we have people who listen overseas. Mackenzie listens in Medford, Oregon. Evan's up in Minneapolis. Tom is in Carbondale, Pennsylvania. Wally is out in Albuquerque. Tom listens in Naples, Florida. Michael's in Tucson, Arizona. Alex is in Dallas. Nick is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. He's up in North Bay, Ontario. And we have Jason. Now, I don't know if Jason is still a bureau chief, because unless somebody tells me that they've moved, I don't get the update. So I do always, people are obviously under no obligation. They might not even be listeners anymore, let alone bureau chiefs. But when people update me as to their comings and goings, I appreciate it. So I like to keep the list current. But Jason was a bureau chief we had in Zhejiang, China. And I was reading about how the Chinese are trying to get the kids to fall in love. Because they're dealing with people aren't getting pregnant. And so they're concerned about this. And so they're saying, hey, we are going to give you a week to fall in love. That's what we'd like you to do. China colleges want kids to fall in love in a week. Now, when somebody I heard somebody talking about it, and I thought they said gynecologist. No, China colleges is what they said. China colleges want kids to fall in love in a week. Now, in a world of reality television, it's not so laughable anymore, right? You watch show, people would stay glued to a television where there was a show about Chinese college students given a week-long holiday to fall in love.
I will watch the show right now.
Huh?
I will watch the show right now. I'm into Love is Blind, and my girlfriend just was texting me, and she's like, how come we've never watched Love at First Sight? I'm like, I know about this show. So
Married at First Sight?
Married at First Sight, yeah.
I've watched the first season of that.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. So
Former Love is Blind cast members say that the Netflix show literally ruins lives.
Mm-hmm. That's why we watch it. I'm not watching it to watch people fall in love. I'm watching people try to become famous and ruin their lives.
You want to see him crash and burn?
I mean, that's just what
says the guy who has surviving R. Kelly on repeat.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm so wrong.
These people are voluntarily going out to this show to do this.
Yeah, they think they want to be famous, and then they realize how terrible the internet is.
Yeah.
And they're like, y'all are so mean. I mean, I cry about it too, but I couldn't imagine it on a millions of followers level.
How
So
would
they ask for it?
But how would they not know how terrible the internet is? I mean, half these people call themselves influencers. I mean, they're very online. It's why they want to get on these shows in the first place, to burnish their reputation. You can't get on one of these shows and then go, I didn't know people were going to be so mean.
I didn't know the premise of this particular show, but I know when people who do like Big Brother, they're sequestered in a house and they can't see social media until they get out. So
it's like The Circle.
Yeah, so I can understand going into a situation where you're like, you think you're being funny and you don't know how you're perceived because you're yourself. You don't see it from the outside.
And you don't see how they edit it and everything like that.
Yeah,
too.
and
well, that part is
Big Brother's live.
But that part is true, of course. But also, no matter how well or poorly you're edited into the show, there's going to be people who hate your guts.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to know. And no matter how nice you might be on a show or portrayed to be nice, there's going to be people who think you suck. 9 colleges in China have announced a week-long holiday for their students to find love. They have a plunging birth rate over there. And so their only homework was to take notes, write diaries, keep track of their personal development, and make travel videos. To learn to love nature, love life, and enjoy love, and find love. I'm sure there's a couple of things lost in translation here. They want their students to feel the breath of spring. Listen, what's the matter with that? Even here in Northeast Ohio, you can take some time to feel the breath of spring. Don't feel the breath of Poundcake, though. He had onions for lunch.
I also had gum.
What kind of gum? Was it cinnamony? Was it like a tea berry? Was it a mint? Was it a
Tea-berry?
Mentos?
He's not 70.
They still have it in the tea berry is still in
Where?
You go to Giant Eagle. It's
No.
in the impulse aisle.
No.
Sure.
You have to go to like a Be a Sweetie, like a candy outlet.
No,
to get
you
tea-berry
don't. I
gum.
just saw it somewhere.
I don't believe you.
Well, look for it. You want to look hard. You're right. It is an old gum, but you really don't have to hunt for it.
I've never even heard of this gum.
It was one of my dad's favorite.
There's Blackjack. That was the licorice gum. That's how you know how old it is. Tea berry, I think, is cinnamon. It was my mom's favorite when she was. They still make them. So that tells me
it's
that.
not carried at Giant Eagle.
How do you know that?
Because I looked it up on Giant Eagle's website.
And it tells you everything they carry?
Yeah, you can search.
Well, anyway, you won't have to look hard for it. There are places that carry it. Maybe I saw it at Target. I just saw it somewhere that was not out of the way not long ago. Nevertheless, was it a mint gum? What were you chewing?
Yeah, it's like a mint, like a refreshing. I got a bag of it. Hold on, let me.
A bag of gum?
Well, because normally
little squares or sticks in foil?
No.
Five Below.
This isn't even advertised. It's like Eclipse, and I just got a little pack here.
Yeah, because Five Below's got that whole candy aisle with all kinds of weird stuff in there. So that's
sugar-free gum, incredibly fresh breath.
Incredibly. Do you think that it has murdered the onion odors?
I don't know.
How many pieces are you chewing?
I do two at a time.
2 at a time. Okay.
It's like they're really small squares. I'm gonna have some more, but I'll wait till in the break.
No, listen. You're back there by yourself. You're only breathing.
I know, but
to yourself.
Now I know that's probably ludicrous, but like these little mic fibers, I swear that I can smell breath on here sometimes.
It's probably actual debris.
Yeah.
I wipe down
Multiple
everything
people.
every day, like because I know I probably spit when I talk. So
Oh no, it's also orders.
it's also what?
They say you should.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't listen.
Mm-hmm. What is with the gum? Okay, well, there you go. Anyway, I was when I was reading that China story, I remember that we had a bureau chief over there. And again, I don't know if he's still active, but it's there. If you listen to us on the app, you can always leave messages there. It'll talk back button for us.
Alan, this is Alex. Now, you're talking about National Cat Day, and I'm always behind on the podcast here, but now everybody knows, or they can speculate, that I might have some offshore accounts where I'm keeping some financials. Now, what people don't know is that the courts are trying to take my cat. The courts are trying to take my cats, Alan. I had to get some Swiss offshore kennels, okay, in Switzerland to put my cats in.
Wow. Offshore kennels. What's it like? You put a cat in a kennel?
Can.
I mean, you can, but I didn't know that was is that usually what cats are put in? Yesterday was Cat Lady Day, and I mentioned it only because our own Mary Santora. Mary is a cat lady.
Have a
At
cat.
least in training. She has a cat. Who knows how many she'll have down the road.
Thousands, probably.
Well, that seems silly.
No.
Thousands of cats.
But yeah, I'll own a big cat sanctuary like that bitch Carol Baskins.
There's a girl named Emma Claire who, I guess, does a podcast in Australia. And she has been dropped by a number of her sponsors after admitting that she killed cats when she was a kid.
Oh.
Well, at least she was being honest.
Well, that's the kind of honesty that can get you far less money than you got before, too. Everybody thinks that, like, honesty is fundamentally great. If you're doing something that you get paid for, you should be real careful with that.
Hold yourself accountable.
Well, I guess she did, and so did some of her sponsors. Emco Beauty skincare brand and another makeup company that sponsored or was involved with her podcast dropped her after the revelation.
I killed my cat. I didn't mean to. I was young. I was a child. I was like swinging my cat around. Like I was just thinking it was like a stuffed toy, and I accidentally let go of it, and it died from the fright. My sister did not speak to me for months.
Died from the what?
The fright.
Fright. God, I hate that accent.
I swung my cat around and died from fright. I gave it a heart attack.
Died from fright. There are a lot of stupid kids, though, aren't there? A lot of dumb kids.
Mm-hmm.
Universally, you can say, well, I was a kid and I didn't know any better. And in a lot of ways, that is true. I mean, you're fundamentally dumber as a kid. But even within that, a lot of stupid kids. I just thought it was a stuffed toy. You didn't hear it screaming as you were swinging it around. But two cats. She talks about one there. She killed two of her cats. And as you might suspect, it did not go over well with a lot of her listeners. Again, I don't know how well this thing does. She does a podcast called Simply Chaotic. And
that would, but she seems to be, I don't know her life, but she seems to be like, okay, if I killed a cat, like my hamster died, and I don't know how it died, and I blamed myself because I was like, I should have been there, and I could have helped it.
What would you have done? Mouth to mouth?
I don't know. I came home one day, and it was like it fell flat underneath the tube that I had in its cage. Like it must have
it got pinned under its tube.
It just must have fell or whatever. And I was just so heartbroken. I was like, this poor little animal, like I had one job to take care of it and it died. So these kids who are just like, killed my cat, or like, it happened accidentally, they certainly get over it really fast. Our pets in my family are like a part of our family. Like my mom is still upset that her dog passed away.
She's still sad about that TikTok monkey.
Yes, and that wasn't even her monkey. Like pets.
It took a lot of your mom's money, though.
Yeah, money she could have been sending to me to support my life.
Right. That's got to make you feel upset. You're not mad that monkey died. You're mad that monkey got your inheritance.
I'm like, you know what, Mom?
Your mom gave your birthright, meager as it probably is, to a TikTok monkey.
You keep pulling this crap, Mom. I'm going to remove myself from our family plan.
Right.
Take that.
I'm going to start paying my own cell phone bill.
I won't need you that much no more.
Wow.
That much. He still might need her some. I won't need you that much.
I think you should do that now as a preemptive measure. Because then she won't hold that over you anymore.
I don't know.
Why?
Because
cell phone plans just aren't that expensive anymore.
I use this to compromise her. You know.
Alan, you're saying a lot of things today that are bothering me. And
How
I don't
so?
know if I'm just in a bad mood or what.
Yeah, a
but,
couple of people are asking me if you're on the rag. Are you on the rag today?
Why do I have to be on my period to be in a bad mood?
Well, I'm not
Answer the
saying you
question
are.
first.
People,
No, I'm not.
people are asking.
That drives me insane. It is so sexist. It drives me insane.
Well, it's not sexist. Men can't have periods.
Well, watch what you're saying.
It would not have occurred to me. I'm just passing along what some people have asked. Why are you mad that I said that their cell phone plans don't cost that much anymore?
I mean, I've been looking into it because I'm technically still on my dad's family plan. I pay my own bill, but I've been looking into getting one for myself, and I can't find anything for less than like $100 a month. I don't know if that's not that expensive to you.
No.
But
There are plenty of cell phone plans that are available where they're like $30 a month.
I have not seen those.
That's fine. I'm just saying they exist. That's what I'm talking about. You're talking about a family plan.
No, not a family. Myself getting I've looked at the major carriers like AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile.
Yeah, but what I'm
Verizon.
saying is all the small ones are owned by the big ones. So when they go, hey, $30 a month, they're owned by one of the big ones anyway.
Yeah, but
it's just a fresh coat of paint to get people to,
Aren't those usually super limited too? Where they're like you only get 10 gigabytes of data or whatever.
They might be, but all I'm saying is that's all some people need.
But that's not what she needs.
I don't know what she needs. All I'm saying is cell phone plans are not as expensive as they used to be. If they're like, oh, you got HBO Max, you go that's a whole other thing. I'm just saying for people that are like, hey, just need a cheap cell phone bill.
I mean, yeah, if you just want a flip phone, you're not doing anything.
Well, they're out there. I think you should switch to a flip phone.
Why? How would I even do that? How would I drive to my comedy shows if I had a flip phone? Print out MapQuest directions?
Yes.
I don't have a printer.
Well, buy a printer and then get a flip phone.
Yeah.
That printer and flip phone would cost you less than a regular smartphone.
I mean, it probably would.
Yes. Here I am trying to save you money, and I'm a dick.
I didn't call you a dick.
You didn't have to.
That word never left my mouth.
You didn't have to.
I said you were annoying me with your statements today.
Well, all right, that's fair.
T-berry gum is not a giant eagle, and there are no cell phone
That's
plans
what you're still
under
on?
$100.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going today?
Yeah, other than Mary being on the rag, it's
Not
okay.
on my rag.
Completely understandable. Hey, all women got to get a piece of our mind somehow.
Yeah.
Other people do it weirds me out, but I can touch my own.
Go ahead, Zach.
So I just had a comment because earlier I was listening to Rover even, and there was another thing about the whole killing cats thing about them. They had a competition or something where they're taking in wild cats. Anybody who's killing cats, man, I mean, I would honestly expect to have the media scrutinized because that's like the making to a serial killer.
It's definitely a red flag. Yeah, it's shades of Dahmer. I mean, it's not every kid. I mean, this girl, apparently she posted a follow-up message to her followers, and she's like, you guys got to chill out. Happened a long time ago. I was a little kid. So it's not always indicative, but you're right.
I could understand the accidental, I got a kitten, I accidentally sat on it, or I pushed this puppy down a slide and it broke its neck by accident. Something crazy like that that's
Right.
off the wall. But let me just come out and tell the public, hey, yeah, when I was a kid, I grabbed that cat up by its neck, and then that's the last I've seen of that cat.
How did I celebrate Easter when I was 10? I had a handful of nails, and I nailed a squirrel to a tree. How you like me now?
Exactly. How do you like me now?
That's right.
Oh, love you guys.
All
man.
right. Thank you.
I just wanted to give you a shout. Have a
Thank
good
you,
one.
pal. There's Zach in North Ridgeville. Hey, Jenny.
Hi there.
Jenny.
Hey.
What's up?
So, Mary, there are so many better cell phone deals you can do. I pay $38 a month with Verizon for a prepaid plan. You do not have to spend $100 on a plan.
But you're not rocking a flip phone, are you?
No, but I did go back to one, and it was the hardest thing to find one. But no, I've got an Android. I've got a Pixel phone. I get the best data. It's 5G, $38.43. I think I pay a month.
Oh, that 5G, you got to be careful, Jenny. That's Bill Gates injecting you with nanobots.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But how many gigabytes of
Maybe that's
data
why
do you
I'm so
get?
crazy.
Jenny, how much data do you get?
So there's an unlimited option, but I get like I think 15 a month.
I would use that on maps alone in one trip.
Did you say naps?
Well, you can get the
Maps.
unlimited.
Maps.
You can get the unlimited. I
Maps.
think for $50
Yeah.
a month.
All right.
I think it's $50 a month for the unlimited. So I'm not traveling as much, so I don't have to.
Yeah,
do
Mary
that. But
would
yeah,
obviously
you can
need
do
more
that
than
through
that, but-
Verizon.
Well, because everything I do is on my phone. I don't mean just social media apps, but like all my flights. I use like the United app. I use like everything that I
Yeah.
do, all my banking,
I just got
everything.
off the phone with the airline myself. We're traveling ourselves here soon. Again, we just got back. We're planning another trip, but yeah, you
Yeah,
can
see,
use
Jenny's got to
Verizon.
call the
That's
airline.
what I mean. I
Right.
can do 2 taps on my phone because I'm not limited to 8 gigabytes of data or
Right.
whatever.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. Here's
Be careful on the April Fool's jokes.
right, and a little bit of Jenny. All right, I got a break here. I'll have those Baby Clock tickets for you. Arguably, one of the weirdest tours this year is Baby Metal and Death Clock, and they're coming to the Agora very soon. So if you want to check that show out, I will hook you up coming back. Another $1,000 is ahead as well. Next chance to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie on the way at 3:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio
Season 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
There's a wild tour this summer called the Baby Clock Tour. Is Japan's baby metal co-headlining with Death Clock, your animated metal band from Metalocalypse over there on Adult Swim, and support from Jason Richardson, who is an amazing guitarist, along for the ride. He's played with Born of Osiris. He was in Chelsea Grin for a minute. He positively shreds. He's a beast. Whole thing's going to go down at the world-famous Agora on Wednesday night, September the 6th. You can go to axs.com. That Death Clock full-length movie is coming later this year, too, so maybe they'll drop some of that on you there. The Baby Clock Tour this fall. A couple of tickets here for caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Not bad for a cartoon band. Beats Gorillaz.
Oh, come on. I love Gorillaz.
I like Gorillaz, too. It's apples and oranges. Maybe I'll play some Death Clock on Saturday night. Our next installment of 2 hours to midnight is this coming Saturday night, as the name implies. Starts at 10 o'clock.
I prefer Gorillaz over this by a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Billiam.
Not my thing.
Yeah, I understand.
Not trying to yuck your yum, but
if metal is your thing, we are jam-packed for Saturday night. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, 2 hours of nothing but metal. We'll play old school Slayer. We've got Carcass. We're going to play Children of Bodom. We have live music. Sorry, not live, local. Local music from Adrift on River Styx and Replicas. We're going to play Mastodon. We're going to play Sleep, a lot of good stoner stuff. So Saturday night, 10 to midnight, if you are in a band and want to submit something or you just want to submit a request, you can go to alancoxshow.com or shoot me an email to htm@wmms.com. That'll be Saturday night. 2 hours of metal. Yes?
What?
Oh, you sound like you were going to say something.
No.
Poundcake's probably still getting a winner, isn't he? Have to get his take on who this is. You know who this is, though.
I do.
Yeah. Dee Snider has come out. Dee Snider is, for his age and his station, he has remained a pretty progressive guy. And, of course, Twisted Sister, way back in the day, they were some handsome ladies. They were doing it, kind of coming hot off the heels of the New York Dolls, and it was very kind of a glam time. Not so much in rock and roll. Maybe you had Bowie and you had Gary Newman and guys like that, but as far as rock and roll went, you had Kiss wearing makeup, but they weren't wearing makeup that made them look like ladies. Twisted Sister was very much kind of playing with that whole thing, fishnets and...
Yeah, I mean, he even calls himself a crossdresser.
Dee Snider.
Yeah.
And he has said that, and maybe he'll just start wearing the makeup again to publicly oppose all the drag bans that are going on. He was doing a thing on CNN. And he's a solo artist now, and he's written books, and he's done films and things like that. And he's like, I haven't, even when Twisted Sister was still together and still touring with some regularity, they had gotten rid of the makeup. But he says he's tempted to put it back on.
Makeup almost looks like clown makeup.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it was
like white and
very
red
campy.
And blue.
Yeah. I'm not sure how they arrived at their makeup patterns there. But when I was a kid, boy, I loved
they didn't even have
Twisted Sister.
They didn't even have YouTube tutorials, so how would they know?
Yeah, I think you look at these guys and you go, those are guys that didn't have YouTube tutorials. Yeah. If they had, they would have gotten their contouring a little better. It's very stark. But you're right, it's clowny. Dee Snider is all, because We're Not Gonna Take It was their biggest hit. And so politicians love to use this song, usually without Dee Snider's express consent. So he's constantly telling dummies to stop using my music for your own backwards rallies or whatever. And he's all in a tizzy, as any reasonable person should be at these drag bans and all these states that are trying to, pass these really archaic laws to restrict people's freedoms. But whether or not that means anything, the guys in Twisted Sister, I think, have very acrimonious split over the years, and I don't know when the last time they actually, I think once in a great while they'll do like a charity thing or maybe. But a lot of those guys in Twisted Sister just don't get along at all. So who knows what'll happen there. But anytime Dee Snider is out there and doing stuff, it's a good time. I like that dude. He's a fun guy to talk to. He's a creative type. And, and see, now everybody's giving me their cell phone plans. Send them to Mary.
Everybody's doing that.
Don't send them to me.
You can get it here for $9 a month. So what if you don't get coverage in your house?
In your house, right. Well, but if you're using Wi-Fi, that doesn't count against your data. So
No, but that's the only place I would have Wi-Fi would be in my home.
Yeah.
Or like in a hotel room, she needs data.
I need unlimited data.
Yeah.
Data, whatever.
See, I take that stuff for granted because there was a time that, remember back in the day, Mary, I know you probably had to deal with this, when they gave you a limited amount of text.
Oh, 10 cents to send, 5 cents to receive.
Or we wasn't that. We had like a limit of you can send.
Like 1,000 or something.
Yeah, we had like 500 free text messages.
Nighttime minutes.
And
yeah, call me after 7.
And no one I don't understand how they expect people to abide by that because no one's counting their text messages. No one's like, okay, I can send 10 texts a day and be fine. So I was just like texting all willy-nilly, and every month I would go over. I would have like 2,000-3,000 text messages, and I was like, "What the hell is going on here? Why is my bill so high?" I'm like, "Well, I didn't. I assumed I was like within the range of 500 text messages, and so after a while we just broke her down because we kept running up the phone bill. I was like, it's impossible. No one's counting their text messages.
Same thing happened to us where my first cell phone I was 14. And before that, texting, like my dad wasn't texting anybody. My brothers, I don't even know if they had the same kind of cell phone I did. But when I got my dad got my first month cell phone bill, and it was like $700. And he was like, what the hell are you doing? And it was because he had only got me like whatever the basic plan is, 250 texts or something like that. And I had gone so far over. I was like, I didn't know I was supposed to not be texting.
It's the biggest scam in all of like cell phone history. Because those text messages, they would have a plan where it's like, oh, it's free for people of your same
I had North
service.
Coast Wireless.
Yeah, I was like, and no one has this. Like,
right.
no one has like an off-brand. I remember I used to have.
Or it's regional. As soon as you leave the area, it's a whole other situation.
At this time, I had a bunch of different plans, but I had Singular, and Singular's not around anymore. I think AT&T bought it.
Yeah, I had Singular back in the day.
Singular, I actually liked. It was really good service. But it was like my first cell phone plan, and I would always just go over my minutes or like go over my texts, and then we switched to Verizon. Well, Verizon don't play that crap. Like they'd be like, okay, 25 cents a text message.
Yeah.
So my mom was like, we'll get unlimited everything. That was the first time I got unlimited everything because she was like, you guys are not going to be running up my bill. When Verizon literally at the time was like $5 a message. Like it was
Singular
ridiculous.
was the first carrier to sell iPhones. My first iPhone was with Singular.
We had North Coast. I think it was called North Coast.
Why does North Coast sound so familiar?
Oh, I wonder if it's maybe Terry's North Coast Auto, where you can take your car to be completely taken care of. It was. I could only call and text numbers that had 216-440-330 area codes. It did not work for anyone outside of those area codes. Like I physically couldn't call you if you didn't have one of those 3 area codes. And once you got out of those,
you're out of luck.
You just can't. I couldn't use my phone in West Virginia if I wanted to.
It's crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
I remember we would go on vacation, and I was like, "What's roaming?" And they're like, "Don't touch your phone."
Right.
What's roaming?
My mom would want to body slam me. She's like, "Don't touch that." I'm like, "What? What is?" I just asked what it was. She's like, "Don't touch it," because she's like, "They're gonna charge you." I'm like, "We're in Florida. Why is it? What is roaming? Why are we roaming?"
So it's so funny how we're so on our phones now. To when I first got my cell phone and was on the road, the first week, like I did back-to-back weeks in Colorado, and I was up near Denver, and then I had a gig down in Colorado Springs. And when I got to the comedy club in Colorado Springs to check in and get the key for the condo, the owner of the club was like, "Hey, your mom wants you to call her."
Right. Yeah.
Because I didn't even have my phone on for 2 days.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I don't need this. So she hadn't talked to me in a few days. It's my first couple weeks on the road. So she was trying to check in a lot. And I was like, well, she can wait a little bit longer. She sent me to the Philippines for 2 years. So.
Right.
But yeah, it was just like
Take
the
that,
fact that
Mom.
I just turned my cell phone off and then just forgot to turn it back on.
Yeah.
Is hilarious.
Well, and that, like, when you left the house, no one could get a hold of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, people would, the old joke where, like, in The Simpsons, when people's wives are calling the bar looking for them, or like in Cheers, Norm's wife's on the phone. She's like, I'm not here. I'm not
Tell
here.
her I'm not here.
Yeah, like, that's crazy.
Let me give you $1,000 right now, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Chance to grab $1,000. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You can leave us messages whenever you like. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line. We'll take your voicemails. That's how you want to do it. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. Trucker John, king of I-71, the one and only bureau chief of I-71. Hey, man, glad you guys are back from vacation. Everybody had a good time, back home safe. I was listening. I get 4 hours to listen to you guys. It's a bright side of my night. But anyways, Bill, got my tickets. I'll see you Saturday night, bringing some friends.
Hell yeah.
Can't wait. It'll be a good time.
Can't wait to meet you, John.
But other than that, you guys take care of yourself. Love the show or hate the show, whatever.
And that Bill Squire show is going to be a star-studded event.
Yeah, we got John and Jenna. It's gonna be fantastic. Youngstown, Funny Farm, Comedy Club. Just one show now on Saturday. One good show rather than...
Wait, what's going on?
We're not doing a Friday show because the Cavs. So
Oh,
tickets,
yeah.
So it's just like, it's not even trying to
You
do
were
it.
going to do a Friday show.
We were going to do a Friday show, and then we're like,
Like tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're like, Cavs game, Guardians game, a lot of stuff going on. So we're just going to be just focused on the one show on Saturday, which is selling really well.
What time is that?
7 p.m.
At the Funny Firm in Youngstown.
Funny Farm.
Funny Farm in Youngstown.
It's the farm of funnies.
They grow it there.
Mm-hmm.
Jenna, are you mad that they canceled the Friday show?
Well, she's playing on Saturday anyway, so she'll be fine.
What do you think the chances that she doesn't show?
Slim to good.
Slim to good. All right.
How's that for odds maker?
Yeah,
Mary?
I like that.
It's really good.
Pretty
precise.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, there you go. John, who is very, very happy about being the bureau chief of I-71 as he goes up and down the highway there. And probably, he'd probably giving people like a nice honk, too. If he sounds like a nice guy, passes by some kids and they do the thing out the window, and then he gives them a nice honk. Now, what if, because it's one show, what about the people who bought tickets for Friday? Do you have to call them personally?
The club's taking care of all that.
They don't want you to call those people.
No.
From his unlimited cell phone plan.
Yeah.
Say, hi, this is Bill Squire. You bought tickets to see me, and so thank you so much. Don't you think it would be a nice touch if you called them and told them?
Well, I don't think there were any tickets sold anyway, so I don't think it matters.
Oh, wait, they didn't sell any tickets?
For Friday.
For Friday, right.
Yeah.
Before they canceled the show?
I don't know. That's what they said. So I just go with what they say. And I'd rather do one good show than one good show and one bad show.
Yeah, I understand.
So, yeah.
Now, let that be a lesson to you budding performers, by the way, because Bill brings up a really good point there. If you have the option of doing two shows, but one of them is going to be bad and one of them is going to be good, opt to do one good show. You know, people can be so greedy these days. They'll go, two's better than one. You go, well, it depends. Give me more information. And then you hear Bill describe it, as he did. Well, one's going to be good and one's going to be bad.
Well, one's going to have a bunch of people
Who would want
at
that?
it. Yeah, one's going to have a bunch of people at it, probably close to sold out or sold out. And then the other one sounds like it was going to have probably just a few people or no people at it. So that would be not ideal.
That would constitute, I believe, a smattering.
Yeah. So.
And you don't want a smattering.
And people, you know, there are people that are, they'll get their tickets in advance. John did a great thing. Got his tickets in advance. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Love that. Be like John. Get those
Listen,
advance tickets.
it's a Saturday night in Youngstown. That's all I got to tell you.
There's nothing.
What?
The hardest thing right now, and Mary and I were talking about this, like how our life is just numbers, like trying to get social media followers and all these things. But selling tickets is so anxiety inducing, especially because so many people wait till the day of to buy the tickets.
You don't have a good sense of what it's going to be.
And it just, it's tough. They always end up coming through, but it's tough. You want things to move in advance.
And look at all the things that are happening in downtown that you can build around the Bill Squire show. You can have dinner at the Federal.
Oh.
Or the Mocha House.
Even
the
better.
Federal's very good. That's where the comedy club is.
It's in the Federal.
It's in the Federal.
It's in the restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
So the Federal is like the bottom floor, and then the comedy club's up a couple floors.
Oh, even better.
Yep.
All right, so there you go. You get to have a nosh at the Federal, and then you go up and laugh at Bill.
Yep.
Or with him.
With me. Whatever. As long as you pay a ticket, I don't care. You can laugh at me, laugh with me. If you buy a ticket,
right.
I do
Do
not
whatever
care.
you want, yeah.
Is this place on the river? People have a riverfront view?
No, I don't think so.
No, it's not. Okay. Let me take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. Go watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. Listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Lyndhurst police are under fire because for the past 28 years,
98.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
This one is from my one and only true love, Princess Peach. Peach, you're so cool. And with my star, we're gonna rule. Peach, understand, I'm gonna love you till the very end. Peaches, 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 peaches. Oh, yeah.
Miss Jack Black's in the Super Mario Brothers movie, whatever that thing is.
Worst part of this movie.
He's Bowser. Did you see the movie?
Yeah, it's
She said it was 10 out of
cute.
10.
It's so
the
what?
movie is so good. It's like if you played Mario in the 90s and 2000 whatever, and then we took Brian's daughter Blake, who's 7, to see it. It was so fun for everybody except for this part.
Well, it's fun though. I hope if like I didn't play the game, but people know the characters and he's Bowser in this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, Jack Black has a huge hit on his hands. This song, because it's from that movie. It's silly. But Jack Black can sing. Mary didn't like Jack Black at all, but this is his first solo hit. They've had a couple of hits with Tenacious D, but Jack Black has never had a solo hit.
I thought it was a fake band when I heard it for the first time.
Tenacious D?
Yeah.
Well, they were a fake band, but they can actually play and he can actually sing.
What was their first hit that came out? It was the Tenacious D.
Tribute was the first radio hit they had.
Wonder Boy was played.
No, I think I'm talking about the Kiss of Destiny. Is
the Pick of Destiny?
Pick of Destiny.
That was their movie.
That was their movie.
Yeah, that was the first time I heard Jack Black sing, and then I was like, Tenacious D. I thought it was just created for the movie, like as promo.
They had a show on HBO before the album ever came out. That was where I got hip to Tenacious D. It was like the late 90s. They would have like these overnight interstitials in between movies on HBO. They'd have like 15-minute Tenacious D episodes. And then they put the album out in 2000 with Dave Grohl playing the drums, and that's where all the hits came from. And
Jack Black would be on. Was he on a couple episodes of Mr. Show?
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah, they came out of that Mr. Show crew, and he was in Tim Robbins' repertory company, and so they were kind of crossing the streams there. So Jack Black had some performing bona fides, and then they decided, hey, let's make this movie. He had been working on the Pick of Destiny for a long time, and I think he directed it, but he wrote it, and it flopped hard.
It broke his heart. He never wanted to do it again.
They had a real hard time after that. They both did, because the Pick of Destiny was a big old flop. But Jack Black, he's a pretty good movie career going. But anyway, I haven't seen this movie yet. I'd like to take my daughter, but she's not super keen on going to the movies. I love going to the movies, always did. Love going to the movies.
Well, it's going to be a kind of rainy weekend, so maybe that'll entice her to be like, oh, hey, we got to get out of the house. Can't really go outside. How about a movie?
I'd like to. Yeah, last movie we saw in the theater was Puss in Boots, which was dynamite. Very funny movie. And again, I don't really care about Mario Brothers, but it'd be fun.
It's really cute.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But this song from Jack Black, Peaches, his song to Princess Peach, is on the Billboard Top 100.
Amazing.
Getting millions and millions of streams.
Probably going to be his biggest hit ever.
It probably will.
Probably already is.
Peaches. Not to be outdone by the presidents of the United States of America, which will always have the superior peach-centric song. Teaches of Peaches is pretty good, too. But the presidents will always top any peach-related music stuff. So, Mary, you've seen the movie, Super Mario Brothers movie.
We saw it when we were on vacation one night. I played the two games that I played the most. I played Donkey Kong Country, and then the second one, which was like Diddy Kong's Adventure or whatever. Yeah. And then I also played Yoshi's Island. Those were like the three games that I played more than anything in the Super Mario universe.
Was that Super Nintendo or
That was
64?
Super Nintendo. That was all Super Nintendo. We had the old school games, and my brothers were bigger on those. But, like, it was just so fun. It's so cute, and it's, you know, a feel-good movie, and they do such a good job with it. I really, really enjoy. Like, I haven't enjoyed a kids movie this much since probably, I don't even know.
Have you ever seen the original Super Mario Brothers movie from the early 90s?
When we were sitting in the theater, Brian and I were telling Blake, we were like, there was a very, very bad version of this that came out when we were
With John
your age.
Leguizamo?
Yeah,
Yes.
and Bob Hoskins.
Yeah.
And you know who was originally supposed to play Mario?
In this new one or in the old
In
one?
the old one.
John Hamm.
Tom Hanks.
Oh.
Because it was right after he had a few stinkers. Like, he had
Man with One Red Shoe.
that one. And what was the one? The Burbs didn't do great.
Burbs, yeah.
And Joel versus Volcano. So he had this kind of lull in his career. And it was, I don't know if he was going to be Mario or I think he was going to be Mario. And
that was the Bob Hoskins role?
Yeah. And it ended up going to Bob Hoskins instead of Tom Hanks. Imagine if that had been a Tom Hanks movie. I mean, it's a trash
so
movie.
bad.
I watched a YouTube documentary about it and just like what a nightmare it was and how they were like rewriting the script constantly, and you know they wanted to make it this dark, gritty world. But it's like, why would you do that with this really colorful, fun game?
Yeah.
It just because they had like these Swedish directors, and it was a mess.
I never saw the live action one. I remember
It's horrible.
I remember it being on. I know people piss on it. I think even the people who were in it, but I don't think Leguizamo thinks much of it. I just remember it being on the shelf at Blockbuster. Super Mario Brothers, 1993. Dennis Hopper was Bowser.
Yeah.
Yeah, this new one, I would definitely, if you have kids or even if you just played the video games, it's super cute. Really well done, really fun. Couple songs. Seth
Rogen
is Donkey Kong, and it's great. I love the liberties that they took because Donkey Kong's like a big, strong ape, but they make him this goofball, and like in the original video games, Bowser had kidnapped Peach, and you have to go save her. And then they traded around in this one where Bowser wants to marry Peach, and they're going to save, if she doesn't, he's going to, destroy everything. So it's really cute. I really, really like it.
Bob Hoskins has been dead for some time, but he did say, I assume before he died, he did say that the worst thing he ever did was Super Mario Brothers. The whole experience was a nightmare. It was a husband and wife team directing, and their arrogance had been mistaken for talent. After so many weeks, their own agent told them to get off the set. He and John Leguizamo got drunk every day before filming and would drink in between takes. He was asked in an interview, what is the worst job you've ever done? What has been your biggest disappointment? And if you could edit your past, what would you change? And his answer to all three was Super Mario Brothers. You know, I like that because there are a lot of actors who won't disparage a movie because so many people work on a film. They're like, in deference to the other actors and the crew, there's like a lot of cooks in the kitchen on any film. And so even if you're not a fan of your work, you're not going to go, yeah. And then you have actors like, oh, yeah, biggest piece of crap I was ever in was Super Mario Brothers. No, I didn't see that. And see, now I want to see it.
It's creepy.
Now I want to see it.
Like some of the characters, who was that lizard face?
Well, that was the thing. They made the
Lizard
Goombas
face.
into these weird,
Yeah.
small-headed dinosaurs. It was a weird
That's what they were.
thing that
Because
they...
the Goombas are like the little brown guys, right?
Yeah, and they're like mushrooms in the video game.
Yeah.
But they made them these
Like
weird
lizards.
and small-headed too.
Yeah,
Like,
they
it was
were really gross.
Really stupid.
And then I kept calling Bowser King Koopa
Yeah.
because of that
Right.
90s one. And Blake was looking at me like I was a crazy. She's like, it's Bowser. Like she kept correcting me. Like, I know, but his little guys are called the Koopas and like this.
But I thought Bowser was King Koopa.
He is, but they don't know. They don't address him as that
I see.
in this movie.
Well, I think it's like blowing everything away, right?
It's really
It's
good.
like doing really, really well.
Doing really well.
A lot of times a kid's movie doesn't even have to be that good. It's just people want to be able to take their kid to something.
Mm-hmm.
And so those movies will blow up, but everybody's saying that it's good. So, especially since initially everybody was all mad because they made Chris Pratt Mario.
Well, they don't even do like that voice.
They couldn't, right? Like
Yeah.
you couldn't. Hey, it's
It's
me.
me, I'm Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely take your daughter. She'll go with you.
All right.
I love those games too, and they have
And
a
they
bunch of
Have you seen the cartoon yet?
the movie.
Yeah, the new one.
Not yet, but I'm gonna probably go see it this weekend or.
They
Monday or
incorporate so many different games into
Yeah.
the movie, like not just the original Super, like Super Mario Bros., Super Mario
Yeah.
World, Punch Out. Like there's little. They pay homage to like every single one. It's really
That'll
cute.
be fun. Yeah, because still one of my favorite games to play is the Super Mario games. They have one that is like the side scroller still, but it's updated and it's Super Mario University or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, but I got that around my birthday and I play it all the time. It's a fantastic game. And I just replayed Mario 3 all the way through and finally beat it for the first time in my life as a 40-year-old.
Yeah.
So that was like, I'm like, take that 28-year-old that tried to do this. And
I
you know,
only
10
ever
and
played
12-year-old.
I only ever played Mario Kart.
Yeah, there's some Mario Kart stuff in there too.
Yeah, it was only the only time I ever had anything to do with
Mario
it. I mean,
games are
Donkey Kong
fun.
when I was a kid, you know, like at the roller rink, you played
Yeah.
Donkey Kong on the original arcade game.
Yeah, it's really. I love it. I don't have enough nice things to say about that movie,
Wow.
other than the fact that Jack.
You
Black,
saw this in Arizona.
Yeah. Other than
Wow.
the fact that Jack Black sang in it twice.
And that now you're a big fan of Jack Black.
No, it was the worst part of the movie, hands down. But the movie was so good that it didn't drop the rating from 10 out of 10.
What precipitated you guys going to the movies on vacation?
We just had a free night. We had
Yeah.
done a bunch of stuff. Because we went to Sedona, we went to the zoo. Like we had done a ton of activities.
You're like, let's chill out in the movie theater.
Yeah. So we're like, Blake had mentioned wanting to see that movie, and we're like, yeah, we got a free night. Let's go hang out.
You saw it in Phoenix? Goodyear or whatever?
Goodyear. It was this theater called. It's a chain of them called Haskins Theaters, and they were like amped up. They're one of those theaters that has like a full blown,
bar?
full bar, full menu, like really nice state of the art seats and the reclining, and it was awesome. It was a really good experience.
Now going back to the 90s, is this a remake of White Men Can't Jump? Because they just put the trailer out, or is it a series? Because White Man Can't Jump is one of my favorite movies of all time.
I think it's a reboot.
And I hope they don't mess up because that movie is so good. And I don't know if they're going to be able to.
I've never seen it.
It's fantastic. Now it's definitely a straight up 90s movie, but it's awesome. And I don't know if this new movie is going to have the same feel to it, but we'll see.
Was Woody
Jack
Harrelson
Harlow's in it.
that?
Yeah,
Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes, and Spike Lee directed it.
It's just about playing basketball.
It's about how white guys try as they might, simply can't achieve any verticality.
Oh, interesting.
I don't think that was a Spike Lee joint.
I thought it was.
No.
Oh, okay.
Let me see who it was.
Antoine Fuqua?
Yeah, I think it's that.
One of his first movies? All right.
Ron Shelton.
Oh, really? The Tin Cup guy? Okay.
It's only got a 6.8 IMDb star.
That's dumb.
White Men Can't Jump. Well, anyway, that'll be on Hulu on May 19th with Jack Harlow and some other dude in the Wesley Snipes role. An actor
Who's
going to
be the
Cinqua
Rosie
Walls.
Perez?
That's a good question because it wasn't
Just
the
put-
subplot that she wanted to get on Jeopardy?
Yes, and she did.
Who was the other female in that? Didn't they each have a girl?
Yeah.
Like Woody Harrelson, Rosie
Tyra
Perez was one.
Farrell?
Pharrell.
I don't know who that is.
Rhonda Dean.
Yeah. That was a good movie, though. I like White Men Can't Jump.
Love that movie.
Yeah. So it's a, listen, it's a classic fish out of water story. Hey, here's two dudes. They couldn't be less alike, right? And they find common ground with what? Jumping.
Basketball.
No,
Jumping.
Just jumping.
Just jumping. It's a posthumous appearance from Lance Reddick, by the way. he just died, and he's still got a couple of films that he finished that'll come out for people who are fans of his. Our buddy Bruce Campbell is in town tonight. He was on the show a couple of weeks ago. If you're looking for something to do tonight, I don't know if there are still tickets over the Agora. I should have asked Tata when he was here, but the Bruce Campbell has got that touring fan game show that he's doing, and that's at the Agora tonight. If you want something last minute to do. What were you saying, Mary Lynn?
I was saying, I wonder how old they were, because they look
I bet they were late 20s.
old. Like,
Wesley Snipes and
yeah.
Woody Harrelson?
Late 20s, early 30s, I'd say.
Woody Harrelson was 29. Yeah, but I'm just saying if they were meant to play like teenagers?
No.
Okay, I didn't know.
They were
I
like
didn't
full
know.
grown men that had like
pickup basketball.
They were like past their glory days.
Okay,
like,
okay.
Woody Harrelson was a guy. They were hustlers. So
Billy Hoyle.
Yeah, he was a star player in basketball or in college, and he hurt his knee, and so didn't make it further than that. But
and those two would team up and take people's money.
Yeah, they'd hustle people and like go to these pickup games, and it was just
it's a fun movie.
It's a fun movie. It's really fun.
See that.
And you get to see Rosie Perez's boobs.
Hey.
Which are pretty good.
In 1992, they were.
They were very
She's
good.
not showing them now.
You know who might be that role in this one, or at least
Laura Harrier is in this one.
Teyana Taylor.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, she's got some boobs.
She does have some boobs, doesn't
got
she?
Much boobs.
I mean, I assume. She the one married to Boobie Gibson?
No, the guy with the hair.
Oh, Iman Shumpert.
Yeah.
Shumpy.
Yeah.
Does he still play basketball?
No.
Oh. He's just shumping around with her?
He's shumping around.
Oh, okay. Everybody's shumping around?
Yep.
Okay, well, yeah, there you go. So for people who are like, oh, man, why can't they redo White Men Can't Jump? Because those guys were at the height of their powers, too. It was just like Wesley and Woody.
Yep.
Together for...
Great chemistry. Very funny movie.
Well, what was the movie they were in with J-Lo? Didn't they throw them together after that? They tried to... oh, God, what was it called? They
Out of
go,
Sight?
Hey,
No.
no, Money Train.
Money Train.
They
yeah.
go, hey, let's see if we can recapture the lightning in a bottle. And because White Man Can't Jump made a lot of money. It was like one of the biggest grossing films of that year.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Money Train did that.
No.
But J-Lo was in it. And, to coin a Bill Squire phrase, she's got some boobs.
Well, she
Does
got
she
some
now?
butt. She's more of a butt person.
But she does have some boobs.
She does have some boobs, yeah.
And Ben Affleck has seen them.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Played with them. Slapped them.
I Googled Jack Black, just Jack Black, and two of the most common searches are, does Jack Black have a disability? And why is Jack Black so confident?
Well, he's a smart guy. I mean, he comes from very, very smart people. And I think that he has a disability and that he is incapable of not being entertaining.
Mm,
That's his disability.
interesting. We differ in that point.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, so you guys are on the topics of movies, and I got to thinking, when I heard Bill mention that Tom Hanks had a little bit of a lull, I thought Joe versus the Volcano was actually an underrated movie. If you rewatch it, I think you'd enjoy it. But I guess I'd like to ask you guys, like, is there a movie out there that you really like that was universally panned or maybe you think is underrated or wasn't appreciated? For me, it's Hudson Hawk. I think people didn't get that movie. I think people didn't get it. I think they're expecting the redux of Die Hard, and it just wasn't. They were going for a different angle. It was tongue-in-cheek and a lot of dry humor in it, and I thought it was fantastic. And I'd like to know if you guys have any movies like that in your
Perfect
repertoire or experience.
Last Action Hero.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
I love that movie. I think it's really funny and a lot of fun, and I can't believe it didn't do well at the box office because it's probably my favorite Arnold movie.
Mine would be John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness. He had a real
I thought you were going to say John Carter on Mars.
John Warlord of Mars. No, love the comic book. The movie was awful.
I think I might actually have one. I can chip in on this conversation.
Wait, John Carpenter's, what was...
Prince of Darkness. He had kind of a fallow period there in the 80s. Alice Cooper is in Donald Pleasance, and it's a group of quantum theorists at a university who are called to a church to help a priest determine whether or not this mysterious liquid is an unearthed satanic offspring.
Oh.
I love it. It's great.
Poundcake, what's yours?
Van Helsing.
Hugh Jackman?
I knew it. I knew you guys were going to make fun of it.
Hey,
But that is one.
That's what we're talking about, though. If you love that movie, you love that movie.
Like that, but it's so bad that it makes it so good because the acting is horrible. But
it was a successful movie, though. Made a lot of money.
The wives are gorgeous. The effects
Kate Beckinsale.
Yeah, the effects are awesome. It's just like the acting. It's just like, ow, are you gonna kill her now?
What is he doing?
Who knows?
I
What's
never,
doing
I never saw it, so I don't know.
I didn't either.
One of the wives' voices, like they were just so
like over the top.
Yes, they're like, "Oh, are you going to kill me with your steak?" Ooh, like.
Is that your British accent?
I think that's his vampire accent.
Oh, that's my Romanian accent.
That's Romanian?
Transylvanian.
You've never heard Melania talk?
I was on Doug Loves Movies podcast, and he always has his guests recommend a film. And the one we were talking about comedies, and the one that I said that relates to this conversation is Sergeant Bilko, where
Steve Martin.
Loved that movie growing up, where he's running like a gambling ring out of the automotive department of the Army.
Right.
And I haven't seen it since I was a child, but I had that movie on repeat. I thought it was one of the funniest movies that
Yeah, you were probably
I'd
like
ever
in the
seen.
third grade or something.
I was like 8 or 9, just watching this movie over and over and over again, thinking it was like the funniest thing in the world.
Did you know it had been a TV show?
I did not.
Like your
know
parents tell you that or anything like that?
No, but Doug Benson and the other two guests ripped me apart for liking that movie. Like, that movie was absolutely terrible.
I don't remember. I mean, I remember it being out. It was Dan Aykroyd, too.
Yeah,
in
he
that
was his,
movie.
sergeant or whatever.
I didn't see it, but
yeah, it was just kind of. I remember being like, hey, the Steve Martin movie. I enjoyed it, but I don't think I ever watched it again.
That was one of, my staple movies.
Yeah. Well, Steve Martin's another one of those guys where you see a lot of his movies and you go, how can a guy who's so unbelievably funny have so many bad movies? And you like him so much, and he's so undeniably funny. I mean, listen, you want to work, right, when you're doing movies. But, boy, there's a lot of Steve Martin movies that are just awful.
You're not a fan of Cheaper by the Dozen.
No. I've got to take a break here. If you want those Incarceration passes, it's Slipknot and Pantera and Limp Bizkit and Lamb of God and Volbeat, and the list goes on and on and on. This summer, mid-July, out at the Mansfield Reformatory, I'll have those GA weekend passes for you coming back. Another $1,000 isn't far off either. Another grand courtesy of the Buzzard bookie coming up at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
Okay, let me put you at Incarceration 2023 Music and Tattoo Festival. Back out at the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield. It's the 14th, 15th, and 16th of July. Limp Bizkit, Pantera, and Slipknot are your respective headliners for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Volbeat, POD, Cold Chamber, In This Moment, Lamb of God, Crown the Empire, Gwar, Megadeth, Bush, Underoath, tons of bands. It's a killer lineup. Hatebreed is going to be there. And you can be there. I got weekend general admission passes for you. Put you there the whole weekend. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan.
Did you?
I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Bill, did you look at your calendar today?
Calendar?
Yeah, like on
Why
your
would
phone.
I do that?
Because.
To see what day it is?
Yes.
To notice that it's.
Why is no
420?
one talking about 420? I mean, no one has even given it a nod to. Boy, we love dates, don't we? That fall onto things.
My girlfriend literally just texted me 420 on 420. Burn one.
I'm going to burn one down the old Ben Harper track. Yeah, why not? Yeah? For the 450th year in a row, Cleveland, I don't know how long has Cleveland been around? Not 450 years.
200-something years.
That's older than the country itself. For however many years that Cleveland has been around.
He's just about 200.
It remains not on the list of top cities for stoners because obviously they can't get their heads out of their asses here in Ohio. It's only a matter of time before marijuana becomes recreational in Ohio. I don't know why they're dragging their feet. You know, it'll show up on the ballot with some regularity. A few years back, most people in this state rejected a pot initiative. But things can change pretty quickly. And that pendulum has swung the other way. So it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And we may get to vote on it this fall, be on the ballot again. But for now, Cleveland is not one of your top stoner cities. Portland, Oregon takes the top spot. Top city in the nation for weed is Portland. Used to be Denver, but now it's Portland. These days, if you've been to Portland, by the way, it gets harder and harder to find the upside. Portland is a beautiful city, but, you know, they're having some issues with things. They have companies leaving, shutting stores down because of security and theft. Like REI. You know REI, right? Big outdoor store. I think they have one on the east side. You'd be hard-pressed to find a brand that's more at home in a place like Portland, Oregon. But one of their anchor stores is losing REI because they're like, people are just running in and taking stuff and running back out. And nothing we can do about it. There are too many thefts, too many break-ins. Store's been open in Portland for 20 years, and it's getting shut down. So you take the rough with the smooth. But again, Cleveland is not on the great American cities to get yourself high. Portland, Denver, Buffalo.
Does
Seattle, San Diego, LA, the usual suspects.
I have a question.
I hope I have an answer.
Does every major city like that have, because when I was walking the streets of Portland, they have needle dispensers and they look like mailboxes.
Mm-hmm.
Does every city have that? Because I didn't see that in San Diego. I guess I
No.
wasn't paying attention.
There are a lot of cities that have needle exchange programs like that, but not every city has those.
That was the
That has to be voted on.
Portland just came up like a couple days ago because I mentioned it. I don't understand how the homeless people survive out there because it's just so risky. From the moment you leave the airport and you get on the freeway, there are people like on the slope that goes down to the freeway. There's tents up there. I'm like, one wrong roll and you're in front of someone's car. And that's just how they live. It's tent city out there. So I'm not surprised at all that people are out there getting high. People are just trying to relax.
Well, Portland, I mean, there are a lot of cities and there are a lot of states that have voted those kinds of needle exchange programs in. Cincinnati has one.
Yeah.
I don't think we do.
They should do a chili exchange program there.
Right.
Exchange it for something that's less watery.
Edible, yeah.
But Portland is one of those cities like Austin, Texas, that really had an explosion. Vancouver, north of the border up there, Seattle to a lesser extent, Denver is getting there, where these cities became so popular that you had this massive influx of people, and this is even pre-COVID, I'm talking over the past 15, 20 years, where you had such a massive influx of primarily young people looking for, to be part of these cities that were exploding, except the jobs weren't there. They weren't there yet. So you'd have all these young people move there. That's why these cities have such high teenage homeless problems. Mary knows. She was in Austin. You walk around, man, and I mean, you got a lot of young homeless people. Portland's got it. They all moved there and didn't leave. And so there's really nothing keeping, they're not working. There's nothing keeping them there. And so you end up with those tent cities.
I was when I was in Austin, it was during South by Southwest. And so the one day, it was during the daytime, maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was walking on that main drag. I think it's 6th Street is like the main street where everything was happening. And I'm just walking around, taking in the sights, popping into bars, live music, whatever. And I wasn't really paying attention. I was on my phone and I realized I had gone like 2 blocks too far in one direction off 6th Street. And it was like that, where it was like happening, bars, people dancing and drinking in the streets and having a good time. And then 2 blocks over, I like looked up from my phone. I was like, oh, damn, I'm in the middle of a tent city
easy to
right
do.
now. Like because I was like looking up a coffee shop, like trying to find a coffee place on my phone. And then I looked up and I had just been going straight. But I was like, oh, wow, that changed quick. Like, I didn't even make a turn left or right. And then here we are in the middle of this literal, just like, not compound, but just tents lining both sides of the street. It's crazy.
Yeah, Congress Avenue is another huge thoroughfare there through Austin. I remember years ago, we went to a place called the Continental Club. And it was a late-night place. And we went seeing a band, and then we went next door and got a slice or whatever, and we were walking back to the place where we were staying. We were renting a woman's tree house. And we ended up turning the wrong way, too. And you're like, oh,
whoops,
we need to figure out toot sweet where we are. Because this could go south real quick.
What's funny is we did that same walk around Portland, and we were in the right spot. Like, we were walking, and it was like...
You stumbled into the right spot?
Like it was... No, that's just where their business was. It was in front of, like... there's homeless everywhere. Yeah. So there's not a really... There's some big populations of homeless, and there's just some with, like, mobile homes right downtown Portland. So we were going to, like, this smoothie shop or whatever, just to have, like, some brunch. And we walked in there, and there's a guy that has his mobile home parked out front, and he had an extension to that mobile home with tents. Like, it was almost like he had a mobile home mansion because you could walk out of his door and then he's inside of a little area with a couch in it.
San Diego's like that too, where you have people, the working poor, who they're just lines of RVs. So they're people who work, they have jobs, but they don't make enough to rent an apartment or live in a house. So they live in their RV. So they have these RV parks. Some cities let them park on the curb, and it's a big, long line. Other times they'll be in parking lots or whatever. And there are these communities of people who live in their RVs because they work. They have jobs. But they're like menial or they're hourly or whatever, and they just don't make enough money to get out of their RV.
Portland does not care. you can park your RV right downtown. And I guess there's like some sections that are like are not RV friendly, but there's a lot downtown that are. And they will park their old rusty trailer there, and they live there. That is their address.
I will say that to this day, I mean, I've obviously go a lot of places. The most jarring homeless population that I saw firsthand was San Francisco.
I thought you were going to say Skid Row in L.A.
I've never been there.
People don't realize how big it is in
right.
L.A.
When I'm saying like that I've personally seen firsthand.
Yeah.
Like L.A., it kind of seemed like there were homeless people everywhere. Like even in really nice neighborhoods, you're still having like tents on. So there were definitely, the abundance was more. But when I was in San Francisco, it was like, I was shell-shocked by the sheer number of block after block after block of just tents and people passed out on the ground and just
in front of like $1 million
millions of dollars.
And again, that's what, if you watch a lot of Fox News, these are the snapshots they give people of like, look at these Democrat-run cities, LA and San Francisco. And if that's what you see, you go, well, yeah, there's something wrong going on. I mean, from that perspective, I don't know who's got answers to that, but like Skid Row in LA is like a 5 square mile area. You think that it's like a street or a court, it's called Skid Row, not Skid 5 square miles. It's massive, huge. But that's been building up since the 30s out there. And they just build stuff up around it. But yeah, it's wild, man. And it's so sad in this country where you have so many resources and so many people who can't get access to them or don't, whatever is keeping them from them. I had a work conference in Denver, right downtown. Every morning, walking to the center, guys would whip it out or scream at me. This is a female. Yeah, that's no fun. You're just walking to work. Maybe you got yourself a coffee, and there's dudes wagging it at you. Let me give you this money here. I'm getting so hot under the collar talking about homeless peen that I forgot to give you $1,000 here, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So, yeah, we might not be on the list of, 50, but we're not even on the list of 50 best cities to get stoned. But they are expunging a lot of people's pot charges in the city of Cleveland. Justin Bibb is doing this as part of kind of advocating for people, nonviolent drug offenders. And so as of a couple of weeks ago, he mentioned that they had big plans to do this, that they would expunge thousands of people's pot records, which is a good move, because there's a lot of people, even as public opinion is way more in favor of legal weed than they've ever been, there's still a stigma attached to people who might have something like that on their record. And so I think it's something that Mike DeWine signed, So there are thousands of people who will be able to kind of clear their record as far as nonviolent pot charges go, which is a move in the right direction. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, hi. How you doing, Alan? I know this is a while back, but I would like to defend the directors of the original Mario Brothers movie. I do not think they were all without talent. I would like to explain why.
You want to specifically defend the husband and wife directing team of the live-action Super Mario, Rocky Morton and Annabelle Jankel. You want to personally defend them.
Yeah, not that movie, but their work before and after it.
You mean like the Max Headroom TV show?
Yeah, they created him. And you know what they did before that? They worked on music videos. They did animated videos for Elvis Costello's Accident Will Happen, Tom Tom Club Genius of Love, and then, look, after that, they, see what else they did after that, because I know they're both still working, and, for example,
You're really going to the mat for these two, Mark, but you seem a little foggy on what their accomplishments were prior to this maligned movie that they put together. This is how you get a feature film, right? You do a bunch of stuff that people like. You do Max Headroom. They did a movie called DOA that I liked a lot. It was an old Dennis Quaid, Meg Ryan movie. And then they go, hey, let's give them this. That's the danger of it, too. You know, you can be a victim of your own success. And then they go, oh, let's give these two, let's see what they can do with this beloved video game property, and it can murder your career.
Whose sensibilities they were wrong for from the beginning. I gotta say this. I mean, Bob Hoskins blamed them. I say never underestimate the ability of executives to ruin a movie that should have at least been entertaining.
Well, and also it scared people off so much that they didn't do another live-action video game movie until the Detective Pikachu movie a few years ago. So 93 to 2019, they weren't doing any because they were so freaked out. They were like, we don't want another Super Mario Brothers on our hands.
Yes, that is very, very true. See, the thing is,
Mark, are you okay? Mark, are you all right? Have you gotten the weekend going early, or are you just excited? Are you nervous? What's going on?
I'm being treated for a lymphoma.
Oh, well, now I feel like a dick.
Yeah, way to go.
I'm sorry, but here's what the thing is. The right combination of talents can create an excellent film. The wrong combination of talents can destroy what could have been an excellent film.
Sure.
And you know who combines all those talents? Executives.
They green light these things, right?
Yes, and I gotta say that they didn't always work together after this, but I wouldn't blame the train wreck that the first Mario Brothers movie was.
Write an email.
On Jenkins and Morton. I would blame it on her as well, that they were a good idea to direct that movie in the first place.
Right. I think you're right to do that, too. It's okay. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you. I appreciate you checking in there. Stay healthy. Best of luck to you. That's no joke. Let me take a break here. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192. Listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app, and go watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Lyndhurst police are under fire because
West at Ridge is gone. All lanes are open. Traffic recovering there. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus Bulbs.
At Batteries Plus, we do more than fix phones and tablets. We help our neighbors power their lives. Visit Batteries Plus for free auto battery testing and free installation, too, on most vehicles at most locations. See batteriesplus.com for details.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
No Guardians game tonight. No Cavaliers game. The Cavs are back in New York for Game 3 in that series. Tomorrow, Guardians are playing tomorrow as well. They'll be back here at home to start up the weekend series against the Miami Marlins. That is a 7:10 first pitch tomorrow night here on MMS. And Las Vegas is getting another pro team at the expense of Oakland. This has been in the wind for a while that the Oakland A's were going to move, and they finally made it official. Oakland is losing its last major pro sports team with the A's, who said that they are buying land for a brand new stadium site in Las Vegas. Was it just the legalization of sports gambling that precipitated all this? Because back in the day, Vegas wasn't allowed to have sports teams because of all the gambling. So is that what changed?
I think it definitely helped for sure. Yeah.
Third move for the Oakland A's. They were the Philadelphia Athletics in the early 1900s, and then they went to Kansas City, and they ended up in Oakland in the late 60s. And the mayor of Oakland, very, very upset that the team could not come to a conclusion with the city of Oakland. Sheng Tao is the mayor of Oakland. Well, you talk about places with homeless. We had friends that lived in Oakland for quite some time, and it was this weird combination of wanting to get out of there and being able to sell your house for like 3 times what it was worth because you were there in the Bay Area. So nothing else sports-wise, pro sports-wise, going to be going on in Oakland. And Rob Manfred, who's the MLB commissioner, said, well, it's going to be a difficult time for Oakland fans, but that they said the team wouldn't have to pay a relocation fee if it moved to Las Vegas. I don't know why that is. But the Oakland A's had the lowest attendance and payroll in Major League Baseball. So you can't really make a great case when you're getting to the point where the team wants to move and the owners want to move. You can't really make a great case.
Right, and Moneyball 2 is going to be great when it's based
in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, yeah.
Right. This is the first relocation since the Expos turned into the Washington Nationals almost 20 years ago.
Are they still going to be the Athletics? Or are they
They'll be the A's. Vegas A's, I think, yeah. And it was only a couple of years ago that the Raiders moved to Vegas. So Oakland is losing their sports teams to Las Vegas. Warriors moved to San Francisco from Oakland. So Oakland doesn't have any more pro teams anymore. And again, I don't think this is really all that surprising. They've been talking about it for a while. But, gee, you hate to see it. You know, as I was thinking about it, Cleveland is lucky that we have 3 major sports franchises here. A lot of cities of this size don't. You know, I grew up in a city with 2 baseball teams. You got to pick one. I chose mine out of spite as a young boy, and I have remained a fan out of spite. It's not always easy, but I grew up in a North Side Cubs family, and the Cubs easily grabbed the lion's share of the attention People across the country could watch them on the Superstation. For people who are able to watch WGN, like the Atlanta Braves, on TNT, things like that. So the Cubs were a much more high-profile team. They had the whole, we haven't won a World Series in 100 years, even though my White Sox won way before the Cubs won again. But it just underscored the fact that fewer people traditionally cared about the White Sox. But as a young boy, I chose them out of spite. Everybody in my family was going this way. I was going to go this way. And so I'm the sole White Sox fan in my family. It hasn't been easy. But, Cleveland, you have, write this down, Bill. You have a football team in the National Football League.
For now, yeah.
Have you voted, by the way, on the dog drawings?
No,
that's today.
I haven't seen any.
There's a lot of good art there. A lot of good rendering. They're trying to pick a new dog logo for the Cleveland Browns, and so they were taking submissions from the public, and they turned in some really cool-looking logos. Some are a little bit more striking than others, but they got a lot of good submissions, and then now the public can vote. Probably at the Browns website. So we've got, let's count them off. We've got a National Football League team in Cleveland. We've got a Major League Baseball team. That's the Cleveland Guardians. They used to be called the Indians.
No.
And nobody had a problem with them changing the name, so they did that with the quickness.
That one person.
Smooth transition.
And you've got the Cleveland Cavaliers. You've got a National Basketball Association team. A lot of cities, even bigger ones, maybe only have one team. Oklahoma City. If you're into pro sports, you better be a basketball fan. Pittsburgh, they don't have an NBA team. That's a football town. I know Cleveland's a football town too, but you have options here. You can get pro soccer here. Although I think that's getting more common too. I think that's probably like entry level for a lot of markets now is getting a pro soccer team because, it's a sport that can inject something into the local economy, I guess. But the city of Oakland is on the losing end of all that stuff. It's not going to work out for them anymore. So I don't know if you become a Vegas A's fan. Maybe they'll just call them the Vegas. Vegas? The Vegas. VEGA''S.
Probably not.
Not the Vegas?
I don't know. I'm not saying no.
It's a great idea. You're lying if you tell me that's not a great idea. The Vegas.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's not a great idea.
You're what? You're lying.
Yeah, I'm going against you.
You're lying to me.
I guess I am.
Man. Okay.
They should. Yeah, I think they should.
VEGA''S. It's looking right at them. Raiders didn't change their name. They're the Raiders.
I think they should be the Vegas Double Downs.
Like the chicken sandwich.
Yes, like the chicken sandwich.
Not
the very
Vegas
common
reference.
Move in the card game.
Gambling
Which
term
card game,
is
Bill?
That would be
chicken sandwich. The game.
What are you? 20 blackjack.
25.
Blackjack 20. 22. 21.
Always double down on 11. I know that not because of my dad, like Mary does, but because of swingers.
Oh, because of my joke about doubling down on 11, probably. Because I'm your favorite comic.
Yeah. Why not?
That didn't seem too convincing.
Yeah, I don't like to. Who do I need to convince? She's my favorite comic.
You don't need to cast your lot with anybody
Yeah.
in particular? Mary's your favorite comedian?
Uh-huh.
Wow, he is damning with faint praise over there. You really got to drag it out of him.
Can't win them all, you know?
Well,
I'm saying you're my favorite comic.
Somebody texted me earlier and said that they watched your special and really enjoyed it.
Hey, Nothing Matters on YouTube. Check it out. We're at almost 30,000 views.
Good job.
There you
That's
go.
what I'm saying. That's my favorite comic.
It's pretty good. Shut up. I would like to get more than that. But hey, if you check it out, that's cool. If not, nothing matters, man. Just don't forget it.
Hoist it with your own petard, really.
Naming it Nothing Matters. You know how hard it is to promote something called Nothing
Matters. Right. People are like, if you don't
enthusiastic-
believe in it, why are you trying to get me to do it?
100%.
Believe in the material, but The self-deprecating title.
Uh-huh.
You should have called it Mary Santora. Nothing matters more to me than this.
The best comedy special you'll ever see.
Well, nobody can say that, but you just go like, hey, please watch. You should call it Please Watch My Special.
Yes. At 29,779 views.
29,779.
Yes.
Let's get that up to 30,000.
Yeah, 221 views.
No way to know how many more that is.
You're right.
That can't be right.
Double down on your views.
Yeah. Vegas Aces. No, that's the WNBA team. That's already taken.
The Gaces.
The Gaces.
The Gaces. The Vegas Jokers.
I mean, I didn't read anything that implied they're going to change the name. But, because, I mean, they kept it from Philly to Kansas City.
The Vegas Chips.
Boy, you thought Guardians was bad. Imagine calling your team the Athletics. And what are you going to call this team of athletes? The Athletics. Bravo. You nailed it. Just call it the Ball Catchers.
I mean, I'm still a big fan of Cleveland soccer team being called the Cleveland Kick Sockers.
I know. And I want that very much to happen for you. I got some sperm news for anybody who's interested in it. And I think I can speak for all of us when I say that we probably are all sperm news involved in it. It is the death, according to these people writing about it, of casual sex.
What?
Casual sex is seeing a precipitous decline in American society.
Get your pinkies out. It's fancy sex time.
Woohoo.
It's the proper sex.
Yeah.
Those elbow-length white gloves.
Get your monocles ready.
Mm-hmm.
Your spats.
Put on your spats.
We're doing formal sex.
Today's young people are swiping left. I get it. On the idea of casual sex. This was a wide-ranging study that had steadily decreased in recent years. They initially thought it was because of the pandemic. Turns out that's not why. But it also differs between men and women, obviously. Guys don't care. Guys don't care. But they said, but there are a lot of ways in which the culture is changing too, kind of moving toward a more moderate form of behavior, like dry January got real popular. You know?
That's not... No. If people want to get laid, they're not going to be like, oh, I can't. It's dry January.
No. I'm not connecting this to sex. I'm saying that there's other things that they've seen people just in areas of their life becoming a little bit more moderating in how they're doing things.
I think people are really... I think what's getting people is the rate of STDs, like incurable STDs.
Well, no, basically what they said is...
They're called kids.
This is in large part, it's not just January, but it's basically in large part that booze fuels casual sex. Mm-hmm. And that the current generation of younger people are just drinking less.
Really?
And so they're having fewer one-night stands, especially women. They're like, women are... And you certainly can't blame women. I mean... Boy, even if all the casual sex ended tomorrow, you had a really good run. I can't believe, I mean, if you're a woman, you're like worried about getting murdered or shot or, you know, a guy putting you in his trunk. Holy cow. So they're like, yeah, inebriation and casual sex really, really go together like chocolate and peanut butter.
I can't think of the last time I just had like a one and done.
I haven't had one since I've been sober.
I think maybe 2021, like the end of 2020.
I haven't.
And see, this is how you shoot yourself in the foot if you're one of these MAGA wingnuts who don't think that women should be able to control their own bodies. Because guess what? If you make it really, really hard for them to have access to reproductive health care, they're not going to do any, you know, you're worried about, we're getting replaced by brown people. You know, you want to make sure that if somebody gets pregnant, come hell or high water, they have that kid. Well, they're not going to have as much sex. Or they're going to make sure, as much as they possibly can, that that's not going to happen. So if you tell an entire generation of women, hey, you don't get to control what goes on down there, they're going to go, yeah, I'm just going to cut way back on the sex. Guys don't care, by the way. They're like, women have a lot more regret about one-night stands. Guys don't care. They're like, it's fine.
Sometimes you have sex.
Yeah, it's like pizza. So casual sex is way... Now, I'd be curious to see them do a wide-ranging study on gay men. Our own Poundcake would be our little canary in the coal mine. But now he's got a McBoyfriend, so he's not out there dipping and dashing like he was before.
I will say that the last time I had because I was going to say, I haven't had a one-night stand where I didn't host, but that's not true. The last time I had a one-night stand, I remember it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing because I didn't shave. And so I'm like, I'm treating it too casual. I'm just like, I'll go over there. Who cares what I look like? Like, he's happy to get some D. I'm happy to get some D. Like, it's no big deal. But I was treating it too casually, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I've like hit my peak on I was the king of the hookup.
You wanted to give yourself some standards.
Yeah, I can't say the word, but the be and go. I was all for that. And now, yeah.
The old hump and dump. The old love him and leave him.
Yeah.
Our little Poundcake's growing up.
Well, it's not that it's
not paying for his cell phone growing up, but baby steps.
It's not that it's less fun. It's just I weigh the pros and cons, and it's just not worth it. Like, yeah, it's fun, but then when you deal with, I don't know this person, I could get killed, or I don't know this person and their sexual history, I could have an STD.
Thing is, I wonder what's different because those things have always been the case.
When you're young, you don't think about it. Because I was in college. I was like, I'm in college. That was my excuse.
Yeah, but
I'm
some
in
people
college.
do. But they're talking about a young generation of people who are changing their thinking. So people do think about that.
Probably the rise of porn, OnlyFans. Like people can see who they want naked, and they don't have to settle for this guy on the street with the mole and the hair on it.
Well, right. But again, I'm sure that's part of it. I mean, I think that has more to do. And we were talking about this a while ago, like a couple months ago. They did another one of those studies, and they were like, porn has not cut into.
I'm not talking about OnlyFans. It's different than porn. It is people.
You think people aren't having one-night stands because of OnlyFans?
They're having one-night stands on OnlyFans. That's
they're getting paid.
Well, no, maybe. They're like, hey, you could wear a mask or whatever, but if you want to hook up with me, this is how I make my money. This is how I'm paying for my tuition. It's in this dorm. Come to
tuition
dorm 702, and we'll get it popping.
Wear a mask.
Some people. I messed around and found out. I saw somebody on there. I was like, hey, I know that tattoo. And I texted the person. I said, is this you? Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
You go over there?
No, it was somebody that I knew that was in this OnlyFans video, but they were wearing a mask.
Oh, and you blew up their spot. You said, hey.
No, I did blow up their spot. That clearly they knew they were being filmed, and if you didn't know who they were, like if you didn't know their body, you wouldn't think anything of it. But since I knew their body, I was like,
were they sheepish about it? Or they were just like, yeah,
no.
That's me. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, I filmed it, but got to keep a low profile. I was like, I'm not hating. I just was curious.
He's not hating. He's baiting.
I was watching it. How could I judge if I was watching it? You're like, why are you starring? Why are you watching? Why are you baiting?
You're like, hey, I know that guy. Hey, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you watch porn, you see a girl you went to college with. Hey, I know her.
But it is.
She wouldn't go out with me.
I don't know what changed. It just has to be maturity because I used to hook up in cars, and I can't remember the last time I had a car hookup, a random car hookup. And that was my thing. I'm like, ooh, let's pull to a secluded area.
A random? You mean as opposed to a planned car hookup?
Well, I'm just saying a car
impromptu.
Yeah, I'm like if I'm with a boyfriend or something like that, then sure, I'll mess around in the car.
But you weren't like on the corner flagging dudes down, like not.
This was like Grindr. We have nowhere to go. Like
there was probably some kind of vetting process.
No, there wasn't.
It was heavy vetting.
If you're cute, meet me underneath this tree.
If you're cute, meet me under this tree.
Turn your lights off,
Wow.
and take off your plates.
You really had him go through it.
Yeah, I remember one time I was messing around and there was a city bus that went by. And I'm like, oh my God, they're elevated so they can see exactly where my head was. I'm like, oh man.
They're like, next stop, Cleveland State University. Really killing the mood.
Yeah, man, I've evolved, but if I didn't have those experiences, I probably wouldn't have gotten it out of my system. Somewhat. Like, I still have the urges to do that, but I just don't have the energy.
Some people never have it in their system, too. You know, it makes sense if somebody's like, I got it out of my system, but some people never have it in their system in the first place.
I feel like I was making up for lost time.
No, I understand.
All my friends in high school, and they said, oh.
You were in a different situation.
Yeah, they were getting late. This was the first time I had men who were out and proud, and they would hook up with dudes openly, and they just didn't care. And I was like, what is going on here? I was like, you mean I could just press this button and order a dude like I order a pizza? And I had to try it.
Half hour, it's free.
Somebody sent me to Alan, tell Mary to watch out. Somebody sent me the little blurb from the Mayfield Heights police blotter. A woman said she was a victim of fraud when a man on feetfinder.com requested $1,000 worth of pictures of her feet.
And then what?
I'm confused by this. A woman said that she was the victim of fraud.
Okay.
When a man contacted her on feetfinder.com and requested $1,000 worth of pictures of her feet.
Okay.
She sent him a total of $700 through a Cash App because he said it was needed to verify that she was real.
Well, that's just a dumb thing to do.
We can't all be rocket scientists. There's probably a reason that you're selling pictures of your feet, my dear.
Easy.
Well, you've got a whole thing going on, though. This person clearly does not. Her bank is investigating. Yeah, Mary's not a moron.
No, I'm not.
I need to make sure you're real. Oh, do you? Because if you like the pictures of the feet, you know, it's like reading this big thing on like people are AI nudes. They're selling nudes of imaginary women on Reddit, and it's working. I'm like, working? Dudes don't care. They don't care if it's fake.
Real boobs, fake boobs.
Yeah.
You're in.
They've been watching porn. I mean, that's not AI, but it's all fantasy. It's just a matter of degree. It's a matter of, you know, digital competence or whatever. Who cares?
You know how people always get mad that they say, oh, you can't take a picture of me. I'm copyrighted. What about when they make an
people
AI
always say that.
An AI version of your OnlyFans? It's not you, but it looks like you, and they're making an OnlyFans and doing the moves better with a larger D. What happens then?
I'll tell you what, though, it's already, this stuff is moving so quickly. It's already really hard to tell if you're not looking closely. You know, for a long time they were like, oh, you can tell if it's AI because they can't figure fingers out. I don't know why that was so hard for AI-generated images, but now they're starting to figure out hands and things like that. But the Faces subreddit, where a lot of these are AI, are like fooling people. But I don't think people care.
No.
I mean, why would you? There's going to be AI porn. There's going to be, who cares? I mean, I'm sure you're going to have people that get indignant about getting the wool pulled over their eyes or something, but that's the future. It's practically the present.
I just want everybody to send me $700 to make sure that I know that they're real.
Yeah.
Send it right back.
Mm-hmm.
I promise.
You send me $700, and then I'll know you're real.
Alan, send me $700 right now to make sure I know that you're real.
Okay.
How else would I know?
That's a really
you
good
honestly
point.
Won't.
Yeah. No, because there's a monitor between the two of us. He can't tell if I'm real or not. I mean, in the strictest sense, I'm barely real. I mean, you know, so let me send you this money here. You tell me if you got it. Did you get it?
I did not.
When you get it from Alan, I need you to send me $1,400 so I can know that both you and Alan are real. Okay?
I don't need you to know that I'm real.
I need to know for me.
I don't want
I'm
you
your
to
favorite
know.
comedian. You need to
Right,
prove
but I want
yourself
you
to
to
me.
You need to prove yourself to me. Prove that I'm your favorite. I have to break. If you are a Pink Floyd fan, there's a super group traversing the country, a bunch of dudes from other bands. They're called the Gilmore Project, and they are on the road doing some live stuff. As a tribute to the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon, they're going to play MGM Northfield Park on May 14th. So we'll do that coming back.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly cloudy sky.
There we go.
Guys missed all that. Sorry about that.
All that blues traveler. That's my fault. Here we go.
Through the thing? What the fuck you're doing, yeah? You are artificial and disgusting. And you know what? Your kid is going to die. And I don't have to do anything. I'm just going to watch and smile as it happens. And watch. Yes.
It's currently 5 p.m. on a Saturday in April.
Yeah?
And this woman lives next to me in Riverview,
Woman.
Florida.
Yeah.
And she's going on a rant. She just punched a hole through my fence.
This is made of artificial.
She's trying to put... Okay, so we're going inside right now.
Mm-hmm. So that's fun. That's a good time.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the things where
Hey,
when
man,
you're
meth
buying
ain't
a
that
house.
bad.
Yeah, you're buying a house. You want to meet the neighbors, but do you? You want to make sure they're not
Meth
crazy.
is a hell of a drug. Yeah,
It really is.
I guess the cops came and the woman kept on ranting and, But listen, there are all kinds of people who rant when they're high. They don't always threaten your child with death or tell you how happy they'll be if your kid dies. And I don't know, man. It's wild. And you see, it has a very Nicholson in The Shining vibe, too.
Yeah, here's
right?
Johnny.
Here's Johnny. She's got her face.
That's a wild thing to say to somebody about their kid, to their face, while the kid's right there, too.
She's holding the kid, or the kid's next to her. So, yeah. Yeah, a real here's Johnny thing there. Woman's neighbor punches a hole in her fence, promises to watch and smile if her child dies. Right. And so a woman on TikTok named Erin who filmed this. I don't know where Riverview, Florida is. I don't know if we have anybody down in Riverview, Florida. South of Brandon, Florida. We might have somebody.
Let's
down
go.
there. Oh, this is in this is suburban Tampa. Big fun down there in Florida. So there's another psycho on the other side of the woman's fence. And good luck trying to get her to pay for the fence, quite frankly. Hey, you're going to pay for my fence. No, I'm a demon from another dimension, and I don't have any way to pay for your fence because I am from another dimension. Oh, cool. All right. So, is the HOA going to get involved?
Y'all don't use money there.
I don't recognize any earthly authority because I am, my hell spawn children will come and blah, blah, blah. So that's a lot of fun. If you do listen to us from Florida or anywhere else on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages for us, a little talkback button. You can also leave us voicemails on our after hours line if you prefer to do that. Some people are a little more long-winded in the voicemails. 216-986-8903.
Yo, Alan. This blurry face. Hate the show. Hate it every day. I listen to it, by the way. But anyways, I got to give you props for yesterday. I'm drunk. Not yesterday. Drunk now. Yesterday when you said the best band ever. I don't know why they're not. You introduced me to Swarms. Sign of the Swarms? Signs of the Swarms. Sorry. I'm drunk. Sorry.
I think this guy's drunk.
Best band ever. Oh, love them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bill, yo, Mary, Pound, yo. Love you guys.
Yo, Pound, yo. Mary, Signs of the Swarm, one of my new, they've been around for a few years, but they're from Pittsburgh. They weren't doing this when I was there. I've been gone for a long time now, but love this band. I'm playing them Saturday night. We're back to do 2 hours to midnight. Saturday at 10 o'clock, our 2-hour metal show with me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. We're going to play Signs of the Swarm. It could be only because Mary likes them so much. I'm playing the new stuff from them. So good. And I turned Blurry Face onto them. So I already have a mental trophy on his shelf. 2 hours of this. Saturday night.
Earlier in the show, when I said the most physically uncomfortable I ever was watching Uncut Gems.
Yeah.
It's listening to this.
This or Jack Black?
Oh, my God. I can't pick. That's my
You
own
have to
personal
pick.
hell.
You have to pick. Would you rather?
How long do I have to listen to it for? One song?
No, you have to listen to this or Jack
Please?
Black for the rest of your life. That's the only
That's
music.
the only thing I can hear for the rest of
the
my
only
life.
music you can hear.
Jack Black. This is so bad.
Anywho, it's brand new from those guys, and I will have that for you on Saturday night, along with local music from Adrift on River Styx and Replicas. We'll play new Overkill. I got a great band from Madagascar I'm going to play for you called Lorano.
Is it like the
Play some
Zebra
old school
or-
Slayer. We'll play some Living Color by request. And lots more. Saturday night, 2 hours to midnight, 10 o'clock here on The Buzzard. You want to talk to Mary Santorum?
No.
You're out tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Well, listen, she must know that, and she's getting in so that you can enjoy her company, albeit briefly, before... That's a deep laugh Mary Santorum's got.
She's a
Oh,
smoker.
boy. I guess she is a smoker. What do you, Marlboro Reds? What do you smoke, Mary?
Oh, Marlboro Reds for the last 25 years, and it hasn't
Wow.
affected my health whatsoever, Alan.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I like you as healthy as you can possibly be. What can I do for you?
Well, first off, thank you for taking my call. I want to say hello to my favorite comic in the world, Mr. Bill Squire. Hello, Bill.
Hi, Mary.
Bill, I just want to tell you how much I enjoyed your show a few weeks ago at the Funny Stop, and I'm looking forward to seeing you this weekend at the Funny Farm.
Well, thank you very much, Mary. I always appreciate your support. You're very kind, very supportive, and very.
I was surprised you didn't see
vocal.
me the other weekend, Bill. I was the 6'3" blonde in the red dress with the gigantic bulge.
I saw ya.
His boobs are bulged.
Bulge.
Oh, I see. All right.
I saw you.
Bill, I heard last week on Best Of that on a few occasions you defecated into your own hand in the shower. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
it
Wow. Bill, quick question. Would you happen to know if that was the hand I shook when I met you?
It was the left hand, so no, it was not.
Oh, thank God. That's great. I'll sleep tonight.
Yeah.
Truly a segment that needed to be
Replayed, yeah.
enshrined in our Best Of.
I can always tell when that one gets replayed because people start tagging me, and like there's the waffle stomp memes that are out there.
Sure.
And so there's one that's like a little cartoon. It's like you either stomp it down the drain or toss it into the toilet, and people tag me that.
Yeah, you're
all
in
the
good
time.
company,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely not the mental picture that I was going for, but thank you for that, Bill.
You're welcome. If you want to hear the joke, you can go to YouTube. It's on my first special, Just Say Your Jokes. And it's on my YouTube channel.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to do that. I'll do that as soon as I get off the phone.
Be careful. There's some on there that are it's from a different time, 2013. I think I filmed that in 2011. So, it was a different world back then. So some of the jokes, some people might consider offensive.
Oh, my goodness. Potentially cancelable.
I don't know about cancelable.
All
but
right.
Definitely.
I'm really excited. I'm also really excited, Bill. I want to meet Jenna from Poland this weekend. I think she's coming to your show as well.
That's what she said.
I want to offer her a spot on my comedic troupe, The Bombers. I think she'll be perfect.
And she's going to give you lots to work with.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you don't mind the R word.
Well, thank you guys so much for taking my call. And, Bill, when I see you this weekend, remember, find the bulge, find the Mary.
Oh, boy. All right, thank you.
Good
There's
to be Bill Squire.
Mary
It
Santora.
always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
You notice how quiet Mary Santora gets, and I certainly hope it's because she's not intimidated.
She's having the best day.
I hope it's not because she's
in the best mood.
I hope it's not because she's intimidated by Mary Santorum.
She's not my favorite human.
She doesn't mean any. There's nothing malicious about it. You know,
Well-
there's enough room for everybody to find their little slice of hilarity.
Mary Santorum, I don't think anyone enjoys her calls as much as she does. She does more laughing than
fair.
anyone else
That's
on the
fair.
entire program. But
Bill Squire is the guy. He is the reason why we celebrate on this date. It's William's birthday.
That was such a great song, courtesy of Mary Santorum.
I never ever wanted to be a man. I wanted to be a pretty lady.
All right, I've got to take a break here. And if you want to send a text, please do that, 35192. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave us messages there or watch live at alancoxshow.com.
Rising from the ashes of the 90s.
Were denied, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Inbound East Shore Way. Very heavy from Aviation High School onto the Inner Belt South, passing Ontario. The crash on 71 South at I-90 is clear. Jennings Freeway North in the left lane after Harvard Denison, 2-vehicle crash. 90 East ramp to 71 Jennings Freeway South. A crash off in the right shoulder around that curve in a precarious position. An accident reported Route 306 and Kirtland Road. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Classic Hyundai.
Classic Hyundai and Manor. Get a 2023 Hyundai Elantra with 0.9% APR for 48 months, Hyundai Assurance, and America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Drive ClassicHyundai.com. Offer expires 5/1/23.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. I bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight because I'm bored.
No Guardians tonight. No Cavs tonight. Those are both tomorrow night. Cavaliers back to New York to play the Knicks. That is Game 3 of that series, each team with a win apiece. The Guardians will be back here at home. So one team away, one team right here. The Guardians start up the weekend series against the Marlins over at Progressive Field. Tomorrow night, 7:10 is the first pitch. So right after we roll out, around 6:30, get your Cavs. I got to switch mode here. Your Guardians pregame around 6:40 tomorrow. The Guardians say goodbye to their characters in a new... sorry. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about there? You have to be very, very careful these days if you want to keep up to date with your Cleveland Guardians, that you're not linking to a story about the Guardians of the Galaxy. There's a lot of articles will write about the Guardians in shorthand. They're getting ready to drop that third Guardians of the Galaxy movie. That's another movie I'll be seeing by myself. Gwen can't stand those Guardians of the Galaxy
You want to go
movies.
see it by yourself together? And by that, I mean, like, I'll see it and you see it, and we won't see it in the same theaters or at the same time.
We'll sit across from each other. Yeah.
No, not even the same theater. Not even the same time. We're just
not
gonna
even
go
the same
see it.
theater.
Yeah. We'll both have seen it, and we'll say, hey, we saw it.
Gotcha. That's only a couple of weeks away, right? Is it coming out in May?
I think it's in May or June.
Guardians of the
I
Galaxy.
think it's May. I think it's beginning of May.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have it in somewhere. Anywho, by the way, speaking of movies, I saw one last night that you should recommend to Brian.
Oh, no.
It's called Bloody Hell. Has anybody seen Bloody Hell?
No, nobody's ever seen any of the movies you've seen.
You'd like this
All right,
one.
Cranky
They're
Pants.
bad. Bloody Hell movie.
She's not in the rag, Bill.
I didn't say that. I just said her pants are cranky.
Don't even suggest that she is. Her pants are cranky.
She's a cranky pants.
You're a cranky pants.
I'm not. I'm in a good mood.
Whatever. No, I've never seen this. I don't know if he has. He's seen a lot of things.
Well, ask him if he's seen Bloody Hell. It's over on Shudder. That's where I watched it. And it's like it's referred to as an Australian horror comedy, but the main guy plays an American who wakes up, and they do some backstory on him. He's a veteran. He thwarts a bank robbery, but
I think we have watched
Have you watched that?
Yeah.
Where he wakes up in the basement and they've already cut his leg off, and he's got to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
and
we've seen this.
He's having conversations with his subconscious.
Yeah, we've definitely seen this.
Loved it. It's like 87 minutes long. It's in, it's out. It's got a couple of twists. I thought it was great.
Yeah, this is one of those that I'm sure I was either not paying attention or, Brian definitely watched this while I was in the room. Now,
You weren't paying attention.
No, because I'm like watching the trailer of it, and all of these scenes are familiar. So I was probably either reading my book or doing a Sudoku or something, and he was watching this weird dude cut his own leg off.
I see. Well, he didn't cut his own leg off. I mean, he wakes up.
Well, it's always him versus him, isn't it?
He what?
It's always like him talking to himself.
Well, yeah, he's having a conversation with his subconscious who he sees as himself, like across the room.
Yes.
But this family of cannibals have already, by the time he wakes up from the sedative they've given, they've chained, his arms are above his head, and he's been chained to the ceiling, and he looks down, and his right leg has been cut at the knee, and he has to figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah, we've seen this.
I liked it a lot. So anyway, that is for those of you who haven't seen it, I don't know if it's streaming anywhere other than Shudder, which I think is part of AMC. So if you, Chef recommends. It's called Bloody Hell. It's from 2020. And it's short, and the pacing is good. You're not waiting around for something to happen. A lot of movies, you're waiting around for things to happen.
Hey guys, it's the Goose.
The Goose. Mm-hmm. It's the Goose.
It's the Goose.
Hey guys, it's the Goose. On that subject of movies that people don't appreciate or don't like, but you love, absolutely love, The Expendables. I mean, pick 1, 2, or 3. I don't care. Seeing all my favorite action stars that I grew up idolizing together in one movie. I mean, it's freaking amazing. I love watching those movies.
You know, I tried watching one of The Expendables, but they clearly spent all their money on all of the actors because the blood is all CG.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't notice a lot of practical effects unless that changed. But the one that I tried to watch, I was like, oh, it becomes apparent pretty quickly that all the blood splatters, because it's just one big, long movie of people shooting other people or things blowing up, a lot of blood, is that they weren't using practical effects, and it really took me out of it. It looked like not only CGI, but bad.
What about the great dialogue?
Blood CGI.
Your favorite line of all time is from one of those movies.
I now pronounce you man and knife. Right?
Yeah.
Jason Statham.
Yup.
What a great line. Yeah, I guess I should maybe watch, rather than watch the first one.
You got to watch them all, or else you're not going to know what's going on.
Well,
in order.
Watch the most recent one, because that's where they've piled up the most people. By like Harrison Ford's in one of them. You know, Terry Crews and Bruce Willis, and not to be confused with a movie called The Dependables, which was a family action film from a few years ago.
Elderly people who wear diapers.
Probably,
and fight
yes.
crime.
Yep. But like Kelsey Grammer is in one of the Expendables, and I like him. So I don't know. Maybe I'll watch one of those, but that CGI blood really took me out of it. Schwarzenegger's dropping his first foray into television. It's called Fubar, and it's going to be on Netflix, I think, next month. That trailer's going around. Might be something worth doing there. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there. A little talkback button, if the mood strikes.
Hey, this is Scott from Mogador. My question to...
That was Mogador.
I said it was Mogador, but he lives there, so I'm going to say Mogador.
Hey, this is Scott from Mogador. My question to Poundcake. Since you mispronounce words quite frequently...
Always being funny.
How do you do when you're pronouncing names at weddings?
Oh,
that was weird.
Yeah, MC Wettings is going to start working again, right?
Yep.
Names are different, though.
Yes.
Like, right?
Yeah, and I talked to them beforehand, so I'll spell it phonetically. No one knows what's on my sheet, but everyone makes mistakes. Have I messed up names? Absolutely, but
it's not Stev, it's Steve.
That was a tricky one.
Yeah, sometimes I get like real Polish names, and I'm like, oh God, like I hope this doesn't make like the wedding.
A bunch of consonants in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, you do the best you can. But, it's not like a word. It's not the same thing.
Right.
And I go over it beforehand, so I have a sheet of people.
But
there
you
have it.
Your long-held burning questions answered here on the show. All right. When's MC Wettings get back into the? When do you go headlong into the wedding season?
Saturday.
This Saturday?
This Saturday. Yeah.
Where's the wedding?
It's here in Cleveland somewhere.
Wow. All right. You don't know where.
I looked over it. I just don't remember.
And you're a free agent or you're working for a company?
I told you, rock the house.
Yeah, I didn't know if you still were. I know you were before.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe MC Wettings hung out his own shingle.
No.
Went off to do his own thing.
No.
Okay.
So.
Sorry, I'm playing the wrong song here. He has a favorite song that he likes to play at weddings when people request it, or sometimes he'll just...
Well, he's not the DJ, so he doesn't play it.
I know, but he could certainly...
I cue him, and I just walk out.
He could certainly cue them to come out and play a song.
Oh, yeah, this one.
Billy Joel Piano Man is one of his...
Have a wonderful life, guys.
Oh, you think this portends something bad for the newly married couple if you hear the song?
This is just not my favorite song.
I see.
And unfortunately, it's a lot of people's must play, at their wedding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this is my bathroom song. If I've been waiting to go to the bathroom for a certain amount of time, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna bow out. Because it's like 9 minutes. So I'm like, this is the perfect time.
Wow.
I can zhuzh myself up, deodorize myself if I need to.
Deodorize yourself. Yeah, because you're sweating, right?
Yeah, because
he's MC Sweatings.
Yeah, right.
Well, because the first part of the night I'm doing like the formalities and stuff, but after a certain point I shut up and then I'm down the dance floor like everybody else. Kick my shoes off, like I'm dancing.
And you're eating?
Depends.
On what?
If I brought my own lunch or if they
bring your own lunch.
To a wedding?
You mean the host at the wedding would be potentially sitting at a table eating out of a bento box or something, or a brown bag?
I would excuse myself. I'm not an animal.
Well, no, everybody else is eating at a table.
Chick-fil-A bags.
Yeah.
Sauces all over the table.
I don't expect people to feed me.
But that's like standard procedure for if you're hiring people to work a wedding.
No, it's not.
Since when?
Weddings are expensive, and they don't have to feed. That's like, oh, well, since we're coming to your wedding, you have to pay for my gas to get there. Like, it's not.
Yes. No, not gas. But if you're working a wedding, that's like usually part of the deal. The DJ gets a plate, and the host.
Not always.
Wow.
It's called like a vendor meal. That's not always the thing.
Yeah.
That's not always the case.
Really?
Lower price points.
You play the boner song at people's weddings?
People want to,
yeah.
Sure.
All right. You're not the DJ, though, right? I keep forgetting. You're not the DJ. You're not playing the boner song.
It's hosted.
I got clout. I can request.
Yeah. Hey, DJ, play the boner song. Who's the DJ? Anybody we know this weekend?
No.
Okay.
They have a bunch of talented people. So.
All right. Well, it's very diplomatic of you.
I do.
A bunch of talented people, and then you. Is that what you're saying? You're a talented guy. Don't sell yourself short.
I'm not a talented DJ. I don't DJ.
Oh, you're a talented host.
Yes.
The master of ceremonies, as it were.
MC Wettings.
Now, is there anything that you'll be required to do that's a little bit off kilter? Like, is it the same thing every time, or how much of a meeting is there between you and the people planning the wedding? You sit down with them and go, hey.
No, we just have like a phone call.
A phone call.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a face-to-face.
No.
Do you ask them if there will be food for you?
No.
Do you let them broach the subject?
If I get there and they're like, hey, we have a table for you, like that, oh, how wonderful. Thank you. I'm very grateful. You didn't have to do that, but I'm glad you did.
Can you see, I don't want none of your rigatoni anyway.
Rigatoni.
Oh, you
That's
guys got
the groom.
Salmon. Sometimes they're hoity-toity, and you're like, all right, well, we got lobster. I'm like, I don't expect them to have lobster, but I'm glad. I mean, if they can afford lobster.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, when we were planning our wedding, that's pretty standard. I mean, that's
you feed the help.
You feed the people who are there. Yes, the DJ, the bartenders. You're like, yeah.
See, when Brian and I get married, it's going to be opposite. It's going to be like a potluck where you guys all bring your favorite dish and you feed us.
Classy.
We sit on a throne.
Classy.
And you bring your dish and you spoon it into our mouths. And then
spoon?
Oh, yeah. Every person is required to feed us at least one mouthful of food.
Huh.
Or you got to leave immediately.
All right. Do we just go through once, or when you get to the end of the... So it's not like the line keeps going.
No, just once. And then
feed you and then walk to
correct.
the back of the line.
And then you go put your dish on the buffet table and everyone gets to eat all together. But Brian and I get first bite of each dish. Spoon-fed to us by you, our
now,
guests.
okay, so you guys
Pretty
aren't
traditional thing, Alan. I can't believe I've never heard of this.
I know.
You guys aren't spoon-feeding each other.
No, we are sitting on our thrones, and you will walk by
Thrones.
and feed us each off of the same spoon.
You won't be seated in the same throne.
No. Well, maybe we'll get a love seat throne.
Hmm.
Do they make those? Double wide?
You can have whatever you want made.
Yeah. Maybe
I like how you call double.
Yeah, double
love
wide
seat
throne.
double wide. Okay, well, that's something to consider.
Yeah, whether your dish is a casserole or maybe a pasta dish.
Yeah, because they. Okay.
Whatever you make, if yours is barbecue chicken wings, figure out how to get it on a spoon.
I was gonna say it would be probably very, very difficult. It'd be laborious to get some of that stuff on a spoon.
Laborious? What the hell is laborious?
Requiring a lot of labor.
Oh. Okay.
He's thinking
To
like
get-
a laboratory.
I was. Ooh, damn it! I hate when you know my. Get out of my laboratory.
Talking to Poundcake is laborious. Can you use the word in a sentence? It's increasingly laborious talking to Poundcake about his weekend wetting activities.
No one uses that word.
I just did. I didn't make it up.
Has everyone else heard that word before?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. I'm the lonely one.
I'm using the words that are available. I'm not making up my own language. I'm not speaking Esperanto over here.
Love that
He
song.
like how he throws it to everybody else, right? You guys are with me, right? You never heard that? They're like, yes, it's a very common English word. Yes.
No, laborious.
Anywho,
Yeah. Cody's going to show up with his one Chipotle bowl. Feed me and Brian a scoop and then be mad that
okay.
we took some of his dinner.
They're just happy we got invited, though.
Yeah, you're invited.
Now, will you require the Chipotle spooned food to be, what is it? Full of achiote?
Achiote and morita peppers. Yes.
What are those? Peppers? Achiote is
it's
a pepper?
seasoning.
I thought it was a Native American chief.
Ground achiote. I don't
I'm
know.
not altogether convinced it's not a Native American chief.
It might be. It could be two things.
Okay. It's a hairy fruit. I graduated with
So's
him.
Poundcake.
Yeah, all right, man.
why
He
you go
did it. He got all the way there. Poundcake, how dare he refer to you in such a way? What a laborious way to refer to Poundcake,
That's
really.
gonna be my word of the day.
Seriously, how dare he do
How
that?
dare you?
How dare
How
you?
dare you?
Yeah, listen, like I said, I didn't make the word up. It's out there. You know, words are all in the air, right? You can grab whichever one you like and use it. So feel free.
Could you see, though, if Brian and I did that and we say, we have 150 people, so whatever dish you bring has to feed 150 people, and Alan shows up with like 4 bagels, and he's like, what?
Yeah,
That's
no,
not
I'm bringing hot nuts. You guys are gonna have hot nuts put right into your mouth, steaming hot.
Gotta check everybody's food allergies first.
Chestnut. Nope, she didn't say that. She said just whatever you bring,
Well, no
spoon
shellfish.
it into our mouth.
Because it's my day, so no shellfish.
You're gonna be given my hot chestnut lobster casserole on a spoon. All right, well, that's something to consider. Listen, it's your day, right?
Right.
You're absolutely correct. Every day should be whatever you want it to be. I gotta take a break. You want to get the last word in? Send a text 35192. Yeah. Again, send the nuts. The Corey Roddick Experience after 6:30, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart